What up, dudes? Hello. Hi. How is everybody? What's going on? I called Andy Biggs. I got someone on the phone. We'll listen to it when we come back. Okay, I'm gonna go feed the cats. No dilly-dallying. How's everyone doing? Hope you had a great night or a great day without me. We're back. It's all happening. Dude, this is always the starting vibe. I love this song. Ooh! As usual, she was looking as beautiful as ever. What up? Let's go, boys. Gotta eject my hard drives. Woo!
Imagine being this competitive, but you never win. Everything's a sedative, never really get to live. We look at photographs of when we didn't think. I don't even remember this. Life alone gets colder on the holidays. Even if I'm not, I'm still hoping that we're all okay. Let me be the first to say sorry. I don't mean to be a bummer, even if the grass was actually greener in the summer. I needed my winters with me, eating my dinner. Even though I'd rather meet my maker than meet your mother. I'm another greedy sinner. When you left, it felt like the deepest splinter. Now we need each other, but I still don't see the picture. Stubborn as always.
Almost got my hard drives ejected.
I'd be lying if I said that you never did help. There's something about the silence of that snowfall.
There we go.
It's like God's angrily shaking up the snow globe ball. We say thanks for the gift and take it like phone calls, faking close calls. It all went to my head like the shape of most malls. Forgot about me. The day I died, it was for you. I was crashing. Wonder if you even reacted to the news of my passing.
We're coming for you, Andy Biggs.
What's that smell? Somebody cooking? She out here stealing every stranger's heart. Cupid with her angel darts just took my whole brain apart. She a picture perfect picnic type of day in the park. I don't even know her name. I'm in the background playing my part. Higher than heavenly strings. Played
Can you guys believe this song's about Chick-fil-A? Crazy, right?
Dark angel. When did you first start lying to God? Mine was the first time I tried suicide by garage. She had that red hair paired with the death glare. At her feet, I bleed my death hair. I breathe her breath there. Makes me sick, that love is pain, and I can't admit it. No code over puddles. Laying in front of trains, making bridges. Girl, where you going? Take me with you like taking pictures. Either way, I hope you have the best day. You either play the victim or parade the victor. Anything to get that Section 8. Nothing lasts forever. I guess not even her blessed grace makes sense, but any investment made's a collection plate. I'm just trying to get a date, but I guess it's late. So I left, aka I left it to fate. I'ma just head out after I glance at your name tag. Then let my phone number dance its way into your handbag. I know in hindsight that every era sounds the greatest. But you had to see Alice at Wegmans. I say about 2008-ish. I'm back. They said you'll know me by my stab wounds. When the streets get dark, I start feeling lonely on a half moon. Howling at you, got me catcalling from a cocoon. Butterflies in my stomach, blackballing any future with you. I don't give a conjugal visit, never even shown interest. She ain't just bad, she max security with no visits. Girl, I'm just like you, except I wanna bring the right bag to heist with stealing hearts. Cause they even put a price tag on niceness. I feel high as my jean shorts. I'm in a beach chair, mine's on a seashore. Fire inside like piece of war, wiring C4. I got the drive for a detour. Of course course I'll take some fries with that. She's all I need. Personality's the only other sides I have. I guess I'll never get back what she stole from me. Gotta trust my gut. It always reminds me when I have no money, which sucks, cause I'm thinking of this chick feeling so hungry. Had to stop because she could always own runways. Went to pick her up and remembered Chick-fil-A is closed Sundays. Wait, the whole time you're talking about a chicken sandwich? You fucking serious? Love at first, free falling for a tree climb. She smiled back, but was probably just trying to be nice. Now, can't get her off my head like fleas and lice. Driving home, she got me lost in all of these street lights. She had those real sharp looking eyebrows, the deadliest kind. Her angry eyes got me wanting to get behind enemy lines. Another row stacked, can't even laugh like Prozac. Toe tagging like I'll be back with a roadmap. Acting too relaxed for the phone tap. Show up and never go back. Here's the trophy, gotta hand it to you. Here, hold that. Julie, are you still there? Fuck, I didn't know beauty could instill fear. I am still scared, still shook. She smiled but read my mind like a little book. When she appeared, cartoon hearts filled the air. She looked away, should I still look? Keep my eyes down, that'll prove I don't really care. Cause when I stare without realizing, I realize when the smile becomes compromising. I could die trying to fly in the wind. If only I could be a fly on that padded wall. Princess, to find your tower, I would battle all. I ain't even trying to win. You won't hold me back before I fight them all. Journey I take you on is worth the hell I take you from. Lovebirds made for life, but I'm just trying to make you lunch. Will you carry me to work? And on the way we can split on a Sara Lee dessert. Always gotta remember the world already ended. Like life is a lottery, pretending I have a chance to calmly defend it. She told me to shut the fuck up. I said I wasn't even talking. She said I think too loud. I said, why do you think they call me Apocalypse? They think I'm insane, but really I just think they're complaining. I wasn't picked for their game, but still I'm aiming. I swear, if the journey's the reward, I need off this treadmill.
Boys, hey yo, how's it going? Everybody's checking in for their federal duty. What's the story, kids? Nothing. Just fucking with congressmen. We're gonna get them, boys. All of them. We're gonna fuck all their shits up. It's gonna be awesome, dude. Okay, let's go. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Here, you want to start with a little frickin' minutes of horror or something before we hop into Sasha shit? You guys want a small reprieve? Hey, look, I posted my call with Andy Biggs, the edited version where I don't even call him a pedophile, and TikTok took it down. Look at my page, dude. Look at this shit. I can't even post on this godforsaken app anymore. Community guidelines. I don't even post over on TikTok anymore. It just gets me in trouble, dude. Fuckers. Right? Y'all know what I'm talking about?
The most on-the-nose news story of the week, and yet more proof that we live inside of a simulation. Zionist demon and our new TikTok overlord, Larry Ellison, was forced to rename his super yacht Izanami after finding out that in a mirror it spells something that I will get an account.
Was his boat name really Izanami? Who thought of that? Elon Musk? Reality is just too on the nose. We must be in a simulation. His 288 foot, oh my god, 288 feet, really? Izanami. Because spelled backwards says, I'm a Nazi. Oh. These are the people who are goofing us. These fucking children. Izanami. I can't. They didn't even do a code. They didn't even do a letter mix-up code. Nope. He says, I'll just do it backwards. Izanami. No one will get it. No one will realize I'm a Nazi.
On strike for saying here on his platform where we have to say Yahtzee to avoid that. Yahtzee. It's making a lot more sense now, right?
Yahtzee is pretty funny.
Yahtzee. Thing is, Israel is a colony of Yahtzee Germany. The Zionist project was allowed to come to fruition.
Ooh, Naganolf is honestly a kick-ass name. Real eyes, and I'm tired.
Because of it, and now they are treating the Palestinians.
we are cabin in the woods and all timelines in one. I know, dude, it's a nightmare. Is it bad if I order a pizza tonight? I ordered Chinese food last night. No, I mean, yeah, in honor of pizza night, we're talking about pizza, so might as well, right? Oh, man. You met Anthony Aguilar? Wait, who's that? Why does his name sound familiar?
The same way that the Yahtzees treated the Jewish people of Germany in the 1930s and 40s. Israel and the Zionist project and their need for living space, the genocide of the Palestinians, the ethnic cleansing, the apartheid, the whole thing, it's a mirror image of Yahtzee Germany.
Because Israel is a colony of Germany. It makes sense.
So for Larry Ellison and Zionists in general to be shown a literal mirror image telling them what they are, it doesn't get any more on the nose than that. The most on the nose news story of the week, and yet more proof that we live inside of a simulation. Zionist demon and our new
Learbag is such a good backwards name. Mine is E-Rock. I-Rock. Or Yay-Rock. Yay-Rock is pretty sweet. I like Yay-Rock. You had meatball parma on garlic toast? Damn, dude. Okay. Yeah, you met Christina Aguilera? When are people going to realize they are the Nazis? Dude, honestly, even when they come out and say it, people are gonna be like, they're just over-exaggerating. No, Elon's literally doing the Heil Hitler and saying he's a Nazi, and he's fucking doing Gestapo shit. They're like, stop. He's a genius. He bought Tesla. He bought PayPal. He bought SpaceX. He's a genius at buying stuff that the CIA wants to make famous. It's crazy, dude. When I made a Twitter, I blocked him immediately. Dude, I pay for fucking Twitter Premium, and every post I post gets 50 views, maybe. How dare them, bro? Oh, dude, Hudson released a snippet of this video, which is pretty sweet. fucking sick, right? I know, dude. He's really good at music videos too. Maybe this is on his YouTube. We'll have to check it out later. Maybe at 9/11. Yeah, the Guitar Hero controller and the meta glasses in the fucking rain is so good. In the middle of a fucking rainstorm, this is awesome. The Minneapolis community broke into an ICE vehicle and found silver medals depicting skulls and an eagle biting a snake. These medals appear to be awarded to members for detaining immigrants. What?
Like that. Careful touching shit. Careful touching shit. What's all that? What's all that? Oh, God, let it go. What's all that? Area ID description. Okay, so it looks like descriptor cards. Yeah, it's been picked over pretty good. Yeah, they picked this shit clean. The other one, they found another ID. Yeah, another ID's in there. So they're getting agent IDs right now too. A couple guys. Oh, God. See, they got their document in there too. What do you want to want? You themed it at me, bro. Oh boy. Oh my God, they got the entire I got flight. I got my water.
Oh my God, guys. Antifa committed the ultimate crime. Property theft or property damage. Oh, who is that? That was Hudson Freeman. He's the guy who made that "If You Know Me Like You Say You Do" that song. That's him.
What is the ice?
They steal their lunch?
Ice chunks? Yeah, both of them.
Ice stuff.
Yeah, good looks on covering their
Fake ass fucking papers that they carry around. They're not judicial warrants. No, none of them are judicial warrants. That's why you never have to let them.
T-shirt in Spanish.
Because judicial warrants take forever to get. Holy shit. These fucking...
We got the paperwork. We got an ice vehicle. I ain't breaking the scene. I just came to the scene.
This is
Fake
intel,
ass fucking
boys.
papers that they carry around.
This is fucking intel.
You might have seen this video of ICE smashing out the windows of a little red hatchback in Minneapolis and violently arresting the people inside. One of the people in the car released a written statement on Facebook talking about not only how he was treated during his arrest, but also how immigrants are being treated as they're being deported. I want to read it to help raise awareness because it's insane, and everybody should know what's happening all across the country right now. He said, "Good morning. My name is Brandon Siguenza, and I am a U.S. citizen from Minneapolis. Yesterday, while doing legal observation, I stopped their cars to harass my friend and me. They sprayed pepper spray into the vent of our vehicle. We held our hands in the air and told..."
Bro, did you see them just fucking spraying pepper spray, like shotgun blast directly in people's faces?
"them we were not obstructing, that the car was in park, and they were free to drive forward and away. There was no active immigration raid. They returned to their cars and drove forward a bit, then decided to stop again. They surrounded us."
Dumbasses will be singing a new tune in prison soon. Oh God, we got a bootlicker over on Twitch, boys. Shaner's fan. What do you mean? They're just looking through. They didn't break the car. They're just looking through shit. Don't be a bootlicker. It's a horrible look. It looks bad.
Smashed the window of our car, opened the door. They were unlocked. Ripped my friend and I out of the car and arrested us on charges of obstruction.
I'm old. You took it wrong. All right, buddy. We'll give you another chance. No, I'm just kidding. What do you mean, though? Dumbasses will be singing a new tune in prison soon? You just mean that it's inevitable? Not that it's right? I mean, no. I bet they won't. I'd be looking through that shit. Dude, don't call them rioters. Come on. Come on. Come on, buddy. They're actually supporting your First Amendment right. And your Second Amendment right. They're protecting it. What are you doing, Shaners? Huh? What are you doing to protect our rights? We gotta know. The rioters.
I'm gonna stop there and point out that they smashed the windows out on the car.
Dude, both sides are guilty. What you're saying? You're like, there's both sides, guys. We gotta hear ICE out on this. Come on. I don't know. You might be too old to be here. I'm sorry, buddy. You gotta get out of your little small brain shit. Start listening to the youth. I'll listen. Hell yeah. I love you, Shaners. All right, stick around, buddy. We'll give you a little grace.
No, they were unlocked. I was put in an unmarked...
Bonita said wrong channel, bro. No, you stay here, yeah. You stay here. You learn a little bit, all right, buddy? We have fun. Don't worry. We're not what they told you we are, you know? But yeah, I'd be in the streets right now. Dude, the second this shit starts popping off in New York, we are going to be doing lives from the street. Well, we probably won't be able to do that. Maybe, actually. I can go live from my phone on YouTube. We'll see. Pray for ICE! Hell yeah. All right, we love you, Shaner. Stay around.
SUV, separated from my friend, and as I was put in the back seat, an ICE agent tore the whistle off my neck and said, "I'll be taking this. I might need it later." My phone was knocked out of my hand while being arrested. As we drove away, I asked the driver and the passenger if they wouldn't mind buckling my seatbelt as they were driving erratically. I was ignored. I asked them if I could have the handcuffs loosened as I was losing circulation, and I was told no. At one point, the passenger realized his own driver's license was in the back seat next to mine and tried to surreptitiously grab it without me seeing it. We were taken to the Whipple Federal Building, where I saw dozens of brown people being processed in an unheated garage. I was frisked, told of my charges, and saw buses and vans being prepped. I later learned that these were being filled with detainees and driven to the airport for deportation. As we were let in, I noticed that the building was very busy. I got the impression that one of the two agents bringing me around was being trained. At multiple points throughout my stay, government agents were unable to open doors, not sure of where they were meant to be going, and overall confused and overwhelmed. They couldn't figure out how to use the building phones, or complained about a lack of cell service preventing them from checking the internet or making calls. The people in the cells were extremely scared. We heard people screaming, "Let me out," crying, wailing, and terrified screams. There were cells with as many as 8 people. I have no way of knowing how long they have been there, if they were allowed any contact with the outside world, or if they were being brought food or water. Most people were staring at the ground with almost no energy. I was not allowed to talk to anyone imprisoned. I distinctly remember seeing a desperate woman. She was staring at the ground with her head in her hands, crying, hopeless, while her friend or family member sat on a bathroom seat, observed by 3 men. My friend and I were put in an area for USCs, which we eventually learned meant US citizens, separated by gender. We were in prison for 8 hours, during which my friend was never allowed a phone call. I was allowed to call my wife and tell her where I was. During my interview with Special Agent William and Special Agent Garcia, they asked me to empty my pockets. When I pulled out
Special Education Agent, more like, am I right?
gloves, Agent Williams said those were meant to be taken when I was processed and complained about having to fill out the form again. He frisked me once more, where he found glass in my pocket from when our car window was shattered. He filled out the form listing my personal items again, but put the wrong date. I was read my rights, I pleaded the 5th, and was led back to my cell. Food, water, and bathroom breaks were extremely difficult to acquire. I would ask over the intercom provided in the cell for a bathroom break, be told someone was on their way, then ask again 20 minutes later, be told someone was on their way, wait another 20 minutes, etc. Eventually they either turned off
Bro, straight up piss on the ground.
the intercom, or it stopped working because no one would respond. I could get water and bathroom breaks by pounding on the glass when someone happened to walk by and beg them directly. Hours would go by without anyone checking on us. I am vegan, and the only food they offered were turkey sandwiches, fruit snacks with gelatin, and granola bars with honey. I eventually ate a granola bar out of hunger. I was in the cell alone for between 1 and 2 hours. Then another man was put into my cell whose shirt was ripped open from his arrest, and an injured toe who was carried aggressively into an unmarked car during his arrest. After about 4 to 5 hours, another man was brought in who had a...
Bro gave up his veganism after 8 hours, dude. I love it. He went to jail, though. Hell yeah, brother. We love you. These soft vegans, we love them. He said, I missed lunch and secondsies, and we're rounding on to dinner, first dinner. Fuck this vegan shit. Give me that granola bar.
Cut on his head from his arrest. He told me he was tackled by 4 or 5 agents during his arrest. At no point was he offered medical assistance. Later, I was told that a lawyer was there to see me, and I was able to speak with him in a visitation room. The special agent told me that
This is honestly all good, though. I'm just goofing on him, you know. But I'm glad that he wrote this up. This is important. This is boots on the ground journalism, boys. We have to be our own journalists.
the door could not be closed all the way, so it was cracked during my interaction with my lawyer. I got the impression that they were not used to having lawyers present and were trying to follow procedure as best they could. I asked an agent if the other detainees were allowed lawyers and was not answered. At one point, 3 men from the Department of Homeland Security Investigations brought me into a cell. They insinuated that they could help me out. After inquiring several times what exactly they meant, they finally told me that they could offer undocumented family members of mine legal protection if I have any, I don't, or money in exchange for giving them the names of protest organizers or undocumented persons. I was shocked.
Oh my god, dude, they're just shocked. They're doing shotgun, what are they called? The Stasi? Dude, they're the new Stasi. They're just looking for secrets. They're like, secrets. Come on, tell us your secrets. Fib on everyone. Dude, I'm telling you, the next thing that's happening is they're going to open up a phone line that's like, everyone snitch. Snitch on your neighbors. Come on. Tell us all the people you don't like, and we'll get rid of them for you. We're going to do the night of broken windows or night of broken glass. Crystal knock time. Come on, tell us the people you don't like. Give us a list of our enemies. We already have Cat Dad at the top of the list. Don't send his name. We know.
And told them no. I want to pause again and point out ICE is asking for the names of protest organizers. Finally, after hours...
Oh. Talk to God about that.
Hours of detention, I was told to follow an agent. At no point was I told whether or not I was being charged or where I was going, but I was led out of the building. I asked if I could use a phone to call my wife to pick me up and was told I could not. After pleading for several minutes, eventually Special Agent William let me use his phone to call my wife. As I was escorted off the property by government agents, I was told to turn right. I was escorted to the protest area, where 5 minutes later tear gas was deployed, and I was struck by a paintball gun. I was not protesting. I was simply being released without charges after an 8-hour detention. I was on the other side of the street, as instructed by the agents that...
My first jail meal was what looked like a chicken patty. I took a huge bite and ended up being fish. Almost puked. That's diabolical, bro. First jail meal, they give you fish? Yikes. That's really setting the stage, right?
Released me, and the agents shouting over the bullhorn. A passerby who was tear gassed was panicking and...
It's honey water, 3 ginger tea. I always drink the same tea. It's 3 ginger. Here, I'll show you the box.
Having an asthma attack, so I helped her find a medic to get her an inhaler. I used a stranger's phone to coordinate pickup and was picked up by my wife. During my detention, I knew I was being released. I knew that as a citizen of the United States, I have legal protection. The 100 or so other people being detained had no...
Puka, 3 ginger. Let me know if this is some Zionist shit, if I gotta find a new one or something. Black Death did 4 months. Fuck yeah, dude. Our hardened criminal rapper, Black Death. We love him, boys. Yeah, are the protests going on? Are there lives right now? We'll watch some. Fuck yeah, dude.
Such protection. At this time, I don't need your help. It is the families that are being separated, abused, terrorized, harassed, and killed that need your help. If this is happening to me, an American citizen born in the United States, then what is happening to the people in here that have no one calling lawyers on their behalf, that have no constitutional rights to due process? What is happening to...
This is all great. I'm so glad this guy did it, but what a snooze, right? Where's the levity?
To the people that will never be released to see their families, go to their jobs, or walk through their city ever again, please take care of yourselves, your family, and your community. I am safe and healthy. If you feel compelled to help, please offer your help to the Immigrant Defense Network at immigrantdefensenetwork.org. If you know someone being detained by ICE, call or text HAIR Minnesota at 612-206-3360 for 24/7 legal intake. You might not think that can happen to you. I get the sense Brandon didn't think that could happen to him either. But remember that poem. First they came from one group, and I didn't do anything to help because I wasn't part of that group. Then they came for another group, and I didn't do anything because I wasn't part of that group.
He didn't even look up the quote. All right, this is the kind of energy, bro. I agree. George Floyd summer was honestly fucking lit, dude. But this is the kind of energy I think we need way more of. Fuck these boring ass hey hey ho ho fucking shut the fuck up. Boring. You know what we need? This shit, bro. Such a cunt. Let's go, dude. Awesome, right? Why you're such a C-word. Wait, there was a bunch of videos earlier that I was seeing that were dope. When these ICE boys were just shotgunning people directly in the fucking face with, what video got a community guidelines violation? Who was this? Oh, it's probably my video. Where the fuck are the videos? Oh shit, was I busy? Dude, sometimes I hop in the comments and start jibber jabbering too much, and I forget to like the video, I think. I'm not a bright man. This is Hudson Freeman. This is the song you probably know. But this is the dubstep version.
If you know me like you say you do, you'd be coming along, you'd be singing the tunes. If you know me like you say you do, you just tell me I'm wrong, you just tell me the truth.
Let's fucking go, boys.
If you know me like you say.
They were in like was it this?
ICE sprays chemicals in people's faces at point-blank range in St. Paul, Minnesota. This was an immigration raid. ICE agents covered their faces, refused to show identification, and
like, dude, everyone's too scared of the tear gas canisters, and they need, like, you can put shit on top of them, like cones, and then water, and then they stop. But also, I mean, what if you just tossed it back in their car? I don't know. Just saying.
provided no explanation for the arrests.
Like, you know that they also have their vehicles open, so you open the back hatch, right, and you toss their tear canister that they threw at you, and you just put it in the back of the hatch because they can't stop, and then they're not going to get out. They're just going to sit in there and gas themselves.
They entered the company claiming it was a criminal investigation and detained residents who were simply working there, triggering widespread outrage. The scale of ICE's operation that day was not...
Status coup captured ICE unleashing an onslaught of flashbang grenades and chemical ammunitions at unarmed Minneapolis protesters in a warlike attack. Several protesters are struck, and the reporter for Status Quo is struck in the head. I got hit in the head really bad. Watch what takes place. Here, play this clip.
Oh, I got hit in the head really bad.
Like, Shaners, who looks like the violent force here? Is it the people running around filming, or the people throwing bombs at people and spraying shit right in their face? You know what I mean? Like, to me, there is no two sides, because to me, the police and ICE are basically always wrong, especially in these scenarios. Like, the police are a standing army that are here to fucking do this to us. And there'll come a thing that you care about that gets you up in arms, that gets you to want to be able to use your voice to protest, and they're going to treat you just like this. So they want us being like, oh, I don't agree with what these people are protesting about right now, so it doesn't matter to me. But that's not true. This doesn't help any of us. Stopping any speech like this, stopping people gathering, stopping people using their voice, doing and fucking protesting is bad for everyone. Nazis get to march in the street, usually with the help of the police, so if they get to, I think, people who are pissed off about this shit should be able to. But, that's what they use, that kind of language to trick you, They want you to think that these people are protest or rioters and whatever, looters or whatever the fuck, But, boy, everybody's going to be involved soon enough. Yeah, they're literally fighting fascism. And you don't like fascism. You know who the fascists were? Nazis. Like, all Americans are inherently anti-fascist. That's literally Antifa. Your grandpa would fucking shoot you in the face if you told him you were a fascist. You know what I mean? But yeah, so anyway, fuck these cops. Fuck ICE. Because once they get all of the immigrants, you're next. They don't give a fuck about us. That's all of us. Left, right, immigrants, illegal, or otherwise. Elon Musk is an immigrant too. So is Peter Thiel. So is Marco Rubio. So is Ted Cruz. So is Mr. Beast. Drink responsibly. If you're asking why I deleted your comment, I would never. YouTube just deletes shit. YouTube auto deletes shit.
Oh, fuck. Out of the blue, please. We're moving forward.
Yeah, and literally, if ICE wasn't here, none of this would be happening. So the easiest way for all of this to stop is for ICE to fuck off, Like, it's a bullshit argument. They're like, oh, these people are fighting with us. They're the bad guys. Well, remove yourself from the situation and everyone goes back to being fine. If all ICE agents killed themselves, we'd be happy. But also they can just leave the city, Go back to fucking Long Island and Texas. Fucking pieces of shit.
Shooting, firing. I got hit in the head, man. Been shooting off munitions again. I'm not quite sure what I was hit in the head by. I was turned, had my back stupidly to the federal officers. So I believe it was something that they threw or fired.
All right. I mean, Antifa hates all banks and shit. Ryan, what do you mean? And it's like anything. Not like most Antifa people still see shit as left and right. It's just like everything. But they're closer to the right side. I mean, what Antifa cares about is people's sovereignty, which is the opposite of what like capitalists and, you know, conservatives want. Conservatives want to control your body and control your mind. They want everyone to be the same, just like the old times. That's the whole conservative thing. They want to conserve their culture forever. You know? Anti-fascist, that's what fascism is like making everyone be the same, which is what conservatives want. But yeah, how does one protest the Rothschilds, you know, like they're fighting banks. You know, like, you know who the biggest Antifa group was? An anarchist group? Fucking Occupy Wall Street. They were fighting the banks. They were demonized too.
Stay here. Let me see your head. Where's your right here. Sorry, we're just checking on my head. I don't believe I'm bleeding. I don't think it's that bad. That absolutely horrible. But
the agents moving forward now, pushing the demonstrators off the road. Few of them holding pat.
And we're seeing here
right in the face,
pepper spray and the firing of pepper balls. Seeing a lot of coughing right now. Myself and John have donned our safety equipment so that we can continue to breathe and protect our eyes, because them spraying that pepper spray and shooting those pepper balls kicks up a huge cloud of chemical irritants into the air that affect not just the person that the federal government is aiming at, if those agents are even aiming with us.
I wanna know why you're such a coos. Hey, baby. TikTok doesn't want to show us anything. What about YouTube? Ooh, I wanna know. Oh shit, dude. Fittest Flat Earther. Wait, Fittest Flat Earther's live.
So one of my Facebook, and I'll talk about this for a second. One of my Facebook subscribers asked me if I would make a Flat Earth video for his kids, for like, I think 10 and 11-year-old kids. So I made a Flat Earth video for kids today, and I haven't released it. I released it on TikTok, but I haven't released it on YouTube or Facebook or Instagram or any of my other platforms. But I'm really excited about it because it's just, it's different. It's not exposing evil. If you guys want to go
in Tyler's live, go spam his fucking
about
chat.
Fallen Angels. It's literally just trying to help kids see where we actually are. And
go spam him.
You know, I wanted to make it for everybody, and I didn't want to push my spiritual beliefs on people. I think most people who wake up to Flat Earth do tend to believe a lot of the Bible, but I didn't want to push that. So I kind of just, I led
Dude,
with,
he talks
or I left
just
it with,
like Paul.
You know, someone created this place, and I'd like you to think about who. And I don't know. I'm excited for the video. I'm releasing it tomorrow morning. Make sure you check it out. It's and if any of you have kids out there and want to talk to your kids about Flat Earth, I think it's a good, like, I don't push it, but I just give the other side of the story. And
Beck said unblock.
It's rare I say I'm proud of a video. Like, I feel good about my videos, but I'm proud of this one just because it's to help kids, and you know, especially as a teacher, kids tug at my heartstrings. The veil is thinning. I think so. A lot of people are waking up. My friend, I don't really check DMs because it's an abyss in there. And like I said, I'm an all or nothing guy. The first several months that I had like a decent sized following, like up to like 50,000 people just on TikTok, I was answering every single DM that ever came.
Unblock me, Tyler. I'm your number one fan. Max said, can you please unblock Cat Dad?
And then I could just, I never caught up.
Unblock Cat Dad,
then,
please.
You know, I spread from TikTok to all the other platforms, and it's just an impossibility now. And it's like, how do I go in there and like pick 1 or 2 or 50 when there's 500,000? You know, like you would not.
Yeah, I saw your comments.
Your mind would be blown if you saw not only how many I get, but what requests I get, different things. It's crazy. It's crazy, and it's nothing but humbling. I just don't have that. If I spent more time in the DMs, I'd have to spend less time making content and trying to help wake people up and share the truth. So I don't go in my DMs hardly ever. Let's see. What?
Unblock me, Tyler. Unblock me, Tyler.
KJ, any info on Jake the Awake, formerly Jake the A-hole? I don't know him.
He's gonna ignore me
I've
forever.
heard about I don't know if he's a dude that maybe made one video.
Is he single? Because that's a bachelor pad. No, dude, he's got a wife. He's married to Terry Nichols. Didn't you guys know that? You be humming along, you be playing your tune. Yeah, I don't see any protests live right now. Wait, what's this?
Go home to your families and be a better role model. Stop beating them. We have your names.
Very goodness.
500 people in the live. What do you mean? I see 47.
Great work, team. Did a lot of good today, you guys. You can all go back to your cars and jerk each other off.
Oh yeah, bots and Tyler's, like Tyler's YouTube was popping.
I love my shithole state.
Hell yeah.
Go check out my page. Check out my page. I posted a video of this earlier today where he's been protesting his dad.
I got a cracker if you guys want to play a fun game in
All right, we'll check back in. Was there any
My fellow Minnesotans, what's happening in Minnesota right now defies belief. News reports simply don't do justice to the level of chaos and disruption and trauma the federal government is raining down upon our communities. 2,000 to 3,000 armed agents of the federal government have
To be clear, Tim Walz is a straight up bitch.
been deployed to Minnesota. Armed, masked, undertrained ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live. They're
Bro, I'm telling you, they're doing the Stasi shit. You know, the East Germany shit.
pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers. And at grocery stores.
Papers, please. Oh yeah, papers, please. Pleasen Sie, papers, please. Oh yeah.
At bus stops.
Guten Tag, papers, please.
Even at our schools.
Would you like some schnitzel?
They're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street, just plain grabbing Minnesotans and shoving them into unmarked vans, kidnapping innocent people with no warning and no due process. Let's be very, very clear. this long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement.
Yeah, everyone needs to start saving their cat and dog shit and just unloading it on ice.
Instead, it's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota by our own federal government. Last week, that campaign...
Yeah, Waltz has been to a farm party, dude. A farm carnival. He's got that pedo energy for sure, dog.
...claimed the life of Renee Nicole Good. We've all watched the video. We've all seen what happened. And yet, instead of conducting an impartial investigation so we can hold accountable the officer responsible for Renee's death, the Trump administration is devoting the full power of the federal government to finding an excuse to attack the victim and her family. Just yesterday, 6 federal prosecutors, including the longtime career prosecutor leading the charge to investigate and eliminate fraud in our state's programs, quit their jobs rather than go along with this assault on the United States Constitution. But as bad as it's been, Donald Trump intends for it to get worse. This week, he went online to promise that, quote,
I saw someone say throw jars of piss instead of Molotov cocktails. Fuck yeah, dude. All right, Tim Walz is a cuck, but he's not wrong. Fuck ICE. Oh God, what did Hank Green say?
Look, I want to be working on videos about smallpox history and peat bogs and the ocean sunfish. And I would, of course, much rather this video be any of those
Dude, well, Minnesota is a target also because of the indigenous population there, but mostly I think it's because it's a great place to be. It's a very communal place. It's cold as fuck there, dude. As Prince used to say, it keeps the bad people out because it's so cold. So they're trying to make it hell. Same with Chicago. Chicago rules because it's cold as fuck there. Tim Walz voted for a Trump bill. That's like I said. Tim Walz, fucking cuck. Walt's been to an underground extra cheese pizza on a handkerchief farm party. Alright, fuck Hank Green. He sucks, dude. He's an idiot. Okay, you want to watch? Here, let's watch when I called Andy Biggs. This was so fucking funny, dude. Okay, here we go. Ready? This was immediately... I didn't even play the full version. I just played when I got a hold of someone and then posted it on TikTok, and it got immediately taken down. But this is pretty fucking funny. And Instagram usually pushes my shit, except for when I'm like real on fire. And, you know, I got 162,000 views talking about how Sasha Riley shit, talking about Sasha Riley shit and how it's all of them or whatever. And then for this call, I get a little piddly 2,000 views, but whatever, it's still awesome.
Jordan, representing Ohio's 4th Congressional District. Thank you and have a great day.
Thanks for calling. Goodbye.
What a cuck, dude. There's no voicemail on Jim Jordan's shit. It just hangs up. Dude, all right, let's call Andy Biggs. Feel free to call this number as much as you want. Ugh, look at this lizard. Yuck. Or wait, here's the DC one.
You've reached the voicemail of Honorable A. Biggs main line. Please.
Honorable Andy Biggs is crazy, bro. How dare you? The Honorable?
Leave a message.
Hey, this message is for Andy Biggs, the alleged pedophile. Hey, we're just wondering, do you have any comment on the Sasha Riley stuff? Because it sounds like Andy Biggs is a child predator, child rapist, and a child beater. So, hey, we're just wondering if you got any comment before we run our story that Andy Biggs is indeed allegedly a pedophile. No? Okay, well, get back to me. My name's Corey. You got my digits. All right, love you. Bye.
Congressman Biggs' office, how can I help you?
Hey, my name's Corey. I just was wondering if Congressman Biggs had any comment on the Sasha Riley allegations.
Well, the congressman denies the allegations as baseless and false.
That's it?
Well, the congressman is consulting and determining all potential options, legal and otherwise.
Legal and other... Dude, and I wish that I clocked that, because I wasn't expecting him to answer, right? I wish I fucking clocked that, because I would have been like, legal or otherwise? What are you talking about, a mob hit? But he hasn't sued him yet.
Well, like I said, the congressman is considering the best course of action at this time.
Yeah, because he probably doesn't want to sue him because it's true, I'm assuming. If this is true, how does that make you feel like working for him, right? That sucks.
Well, again, sir, allegations do not equate to guilt.
I mean, but when there's lots of allegations over and over, I mean, Jim Jordan, right? Jim Jordan was hanging out in Ohio State wrestling, and he knew about all of the child predators that he was working with and stuff. I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire, right?
Again, allegations do not equate to guilt. Hearsay is not meaningful evidence in a court of law.
Okay. Well, it is in the court of public opinion. Anyway, all right, you have a good day, brother. I hope you guys get through this. It's going to be tough, but you should quit your job. Love you.
Well, I'm sorry you came here in bad faith, sir.
I'm not in bad faith. I honestly... All right, boys, call Andy Biggs. All right, so Andy Biggs is denying the allegations. Dude, has anyone reported on this yet? Like, dude, the news should be like, Andy Biggs denies all allegations by Sasha Riley. Baseless. Like, dude, their people are talking about it, but they're not talking about it on the news. They're scared, bro. That man is scared. That man is he's pissed. He's got to deal with this bullshit now. Right? To stream tonight. We're streaming from 6 until 10 p.m. Cat Dad 42069 on Twitch and YouTube. All right, bye. Love you.
Thank you for contacting the office of Congressman Joe.
Congressman Biggs' office, how can I help you?
Hey, my name's Corey. I just was wondering if Congressman Biggs had any comment on the Sasha Riley allegations.
Well, the congressman denies the allegations as baseless and false.
Like, this should be headline news, dude. They're baseless and false. Okay, so sue him. I mean, dude, if I was called a fucking pedophile who beat and raped a 12-year-old, oh my goodness. The other thing too, dude, that, you know, I need to do this more because I fucking like doing this and it's fun for me. But, you know, it's hard because you're like, oh my God, someone answered, and then you're like, okay, what are the things that I wanted to say? But fuck, what was I about to say? Oh, I was gonna say, you know, he's like, hearsay is not something that could be used in a court of law or whatever. Like, I should have been like, do you have, like, I don't have any allegations like this. Do you? Like, isn't that kind of weird? I mean, I would be horrified if I had these kind of allegations. That's it.
Well, the congressman is consulting and determining all potential options, legal and otherwise.
Like, what's the otherwise, dude? But he hasn't sued him yet.
Well, like I said, the congressman is considering the best course of action at this time.
Yeah, because he probably doesn't want to sue him because it's true, I'm assuming. If this is true, how does that make you feel like working for him, right? That sucks.
Well, again, sir, allegations do not equate to guilt. I
mean, but when there's lots of allegations over and over, I mean, Jim And like that right there, I should have been like, do you have these kind of allegations? Because I certainly don't. Like, this is weird. What's up with that? And all these people have multiple allegations.
Jordan, right? Jim Jordan was hanging out in Ohio State wrestling, and he knew about all of the
or was it Penn State? I forget where.
The child predators that he was working with and stuff. I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire, right?
Again, allegations do not equate to guilt. Hearsay is not meaningful evidence in a court of law.
Okay. Well, it is in the court of public opinion.
Bro, and honestly, this is why they won't engage with me. This is why Taylor Lorenz would never engage with me, Fittest Fat Earther. Put me in a debate with these people, I'll fucking mop the floor with them. I will never back down. I will goof their asses into oblivion. And I will tell them I love them at the end. This is so fun. You guys got to give me a who should I call next? I'll call Lindsey Graham tomorrow. I'll call Clarence Thomas. I'll try and find Clarence Thomas's number. Black Death, help me find Clarence Thomas's personal number. I'll fucking call him. I don't give a fuck. I will call anyone. Yeah, Hearsay is such a cop. And dude, like, what a crazy thing to say, right? Like, this dude is guilty as fuck. He's so fucking guilty. It's not being talked about on the news. We are the premier source for Andy Biggs. Andy Biggs fucking what's it called? His alibi or his comment. Call Peter Thiel. Fuck yeah. Ooh, Nancy Pelosi? Fuck yeah, okay. I'll just start shotgun calling. Fuck them, right? Call Comet Pizza and ask for Jimmy. Call Trump. I mean, I'm honest. I'm surprised that I got someone on the phone. I've called a lot of people, and it's like probably 1 out of like 50 times. I don't know. I've called hundreds of times. And probably gotten like 3 or 4 people on the phone ever.
Anyway, all right, you have a good day, brother. I hope you guys get through this. It's going to be tough, but you should quit your job.
You hate when people talk what way? Oh, the hearsay cop shit? Yeah, I know, dude. Lawyer speak. Get your fucking lawyer speak out of here.
Job. Love you.
The man was too stunned to speak. Anyway, you know what I have to say, Andy Biggs? I'm not even going to say allegedly. Andy Biggs is a straight up pedophile. Fuck you, Andy Biggs.
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray the day you walked away. You were the clock that was ticking in my home. Changed my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Love so hard to find.
we got him.
Andy Biggs, you're fucked. What up, Che? We just nailed Andy Biggs to a cross. Here, we're going to watch it one more time. I'm not going to pause.
Thank you for contacting the office of Congressman Jim Jordan, representing Ohio's 4th Congressional District. Thank you and have a great day.
Thanks for calling. Goodbye.
What a cuck, dude. All right, let's call Andy Biggs. Feel free to call this number as much as you want. Ugh, look at this lizard. Yuck. Or wait, here's the DC one.
You've reached the voicemail of Honorable A. Biggs' main line. Please leave a message.
Hey, this message is for Andy Biggs, the alleged pedophile. Hey, we're just wondering, do you have any comment on the Sasha Riley stuff? Because it sounds like Andy Biggs is a child predator, child rapist. and a child beater. So, hey, we're just wondering if you got any comment before we run our story that Andy Biggs is indeed allegedly a pedophile. No? Okay, well, get back to me. My name's Corey. You got my digits. All right, love you. Bye.
Congressman Biggs' office, how can I help you?
Hey, my name's Corey. I just was wondering if Congressman Biggs had any comment on the Sasha Riley allegations.
Well, the congressman denies the allegations as baseless and false.
That's it?
Well, the congressman is consulting and determining all potential options, legal and otherwise.
But he hasn't sued him yet.
Well, like I said, the congressman is considering the best course of action at this time.
Yeah, because he probably doesn't want to sue him because it's true, I'm assuming. If this is true, how does that make you feel like working for him, right? That sucks.
Well, again, sir, allegations do not equate to guilt.
I mean, but when there's lots of allegations over and over, I mean, Jim Jordan, right? Jim Jordan was hanging out in Ohio State wrestling, and he knew about all of the child predators that he was working with and stuff. I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire, right?
Again, allegations do not equate to guilt.
This is the phone number. If you guys want to write it down and call it tomorrow. This is the phone number that they answered. It's nice. 480699. Haha, hilarious.
Say is not meaningful evidence in a court of law.
Okay. Well, it is in the court of public opinion. Anyway, all right, you have a good day, brother. I hope you guys get through this. It's going to be tough, but you should quit your job. Love you.
Well, I'm sorry you came here in bad faith, sir.
I'm not in bad faith.
How the fuck is this bad faith? I didn't swear. I didn't say anything mean. They don't like when they see a fucking vibrational mirror, you know? We're fucking vibrational diamonds. We're platinum, boys. They can't fucking stick to us. They're scared of what they see in us. They see themselves reflected back. But I mean, literally no one else called this guy. That's crazy. Yeah, I know. I even said I love you. How are you gonna say bad faith? You didn't even say love you back. Friends say love you. Idiots. I hope this guy's thinking about us though. He's like, why wasn't that guy screaming at me? I think this is how we handle him. It's so funny, dude.
Faith, I honestly,
I can't believe he talked to me for as long as he did. I was impressed.
All right, boys, call Andy Biggs. All right, so Andy Biggs is denying that.
Anyone think they're scared of us? I do, yeah. I mean, bro, they're not reporting about this. They don't want this story out, bro. I heard someone say that Don Lemon maybe was talking about it or something. But, you know, it's got to fucking break into the mainstream.
Breaking stories I've ever heard from one of Trump and Epstein's victims, Sasha Riley. Names a few people, so I will make separate videos for each person. This first one is for Trump, and if you're wondering what someone could do to have Epstein call them a monster, this will answer it for you.
But it's a whole bunch of people. It's just that from my childhood perspective, what I saw, or what I thought that I saw, was he was the big boss. Donald Trump was the big boss, and then Epstein was like you said, like the manager or something. And then you had lower level people like my dad that kind of went out and found girls or.
We need to come up with a name for the show. We do it so often.
I emailed it to you again this week.
Lemon nail on the head. I don't know, but it's kind of weird.
We were at one point we were going to call it a DM, like sliding up in your DMs because you're Don and I'm Mike. Like that was not bad.
Do that. Let's do that. Slide in your DMs.
Slide in your DMs.
All right. So listen, sir. We don't want people to get the wrong idea. He's a married man, and so am I, and not to each other.
Oh wait, she just released a new
video.
Buckle up for part 3, folks, because Sasha Riley has posted their adoption papers, and from it, I have been able to find some of the most damning evidence of a trafficking ring. As always, everything is alleged, and my own—
Wait, oh, I gotta call that lady. What was her name? Jane Maniac or whatever. Katsiak? What the fuck was her name? The woman who owns the fucking adoption thing or whatever, or the piece of land or whatever the fuck, or the charity, and is also a U.S. representative.
Own opinions, but I'm going to just show you the evidence that I have found along the way. Sasha Riley's adoption was finalized in 1978, claiming that they were adopted out of Germany, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we adopted out of Germany, brother. Do we have 30 minutes of part 2 left? Yeah, we're going to watch it in a minute.
Because Sasha said themselves they just recently identified who their birth parents were, and they both live in Oklahoma. The attorney representing the Rileys on this adoption form is Ben Wexler. I wanted to point out the star that Ben signs their name with, by the way, because when I saw that, I was like, well, that seems kind of unprofessional, not to mention a little girly for the 70s. Now, as you can see, these adoption papers are out of Greene County, Tennessee. Using that information, I was easily able to identify—
Oh, God.
Identify the attorney as Benjamin King Wexler. So yes, I guess that star could be interpreted as a K, but I don't think it is, and I'll tell you why in a minute. Ben Wexler had a very extensive career. He was the assistant district attorney from 1969 until 1976. He then became a Greenville City judge, and while simultaneously was the Greene County attorney from 1978 to 1986. And if you look at these years, you'll notice that there is some weird overlap here. He was ADA while at the same time being a city judge, and then while being a city judge, he was also the Greene County attorney. And for right now, I just want to point out that he was also on the board of trustees for the Holston United Methodist Home for Children. But Ben isn't the only—
Yeah, is he Les Wexner's dad? Wexler is such a, or no, that's Wexner. Never mind. Yeah, Wexler is such a Zionist name.
Wexler on this paper, because right there is Gina Wexler, who seemingly worked in the records department in 2008 when apparently Sasha got a copy of this. Gina Sanslow Wexler is indeed his daughter-in-law. And maybe that means nothing. The county was only about 50,000 people population, so maybe it's just a coincidence. But then I looked at Kay Armstrong, who was the clerk and master of the records. But in this article talking about her retirement in 2023, I've noticed something a little weird. Turns out her maiden name is Kay Solomon Armstrong. So maybe one of my eagle-eyed viewers noticed that the woman who originally filed this adoption paperwork is Polly Solomon, who was not only Kay Armstrong's mother, but was the wife of the sheriff of Greene County, who served as clerk and master until—
Bro, you see how this all works? It's a big old family of traffickers, probably Freemasons or Shriners and fucking Eastern Stars, and they all traffic your kids to fuck them. Oh my God.
We need to come up with a—
Oh, buckle up for part 3, folks, because Sasha, who was the attorney general for the district, noticed that the woman who originally filed this adoption paperwork is Polly Solomon, who was not only Kay Armstrong's mother, but was the wife of the sheriff of Greene County, who served as clerk and master until he died.
Ooh, Vedic astrology is saying the second part of February is when the false flag will likely be. The astrology matches 9/11 and October 7th around that time. Bring it on, boys. I'm ready for this summer to be awesome. Let's go. Bring it on. It's going to be the last false flag. It's got to be Bluebeam. Please, please, please bring on the alien invasion. Please. The Shaklers, the Sacklers, they're a fucking bunch of Zionists.
And she was appointed the new clerk and master 8 days after his death, until 1992, when her daughter was appointed the position by Judge Dennis Inman. And thank goodness these people were pretty chatty in their obituaries, because I learned a lot about Polly, like how her daughter married Dan Armstrong, who was the attorney general for the district, but she was apparently a member of something called the Order of the Eastern Star. Stop.
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go. We are always right. Ugh! Dude, I don't need to fucking know any more about anything. Oh my God. The Eastern Star. Look at that. Look at that little cross star. It's so easy. Yeah, dude, it's so fucking easy.
Which is an organization dating back hundreds of years that is a companion to Freemasonry. Now, I've never gone down the Freemasonry rabbit hole, but I do know one thing, that survivors have come forward publicly and alleged that multi-generational Freemasonic cults are involved in ritual abuse and trafficking. And weirdly, in Polly's obituary, it literally says that she possessed the ability to reach across Greene County to people that could help meet the needs of others in various sections of our county. All Polly...
She sounds like Jeffrey Epstein, like the county sized Jeffrey Epstein, you know?
Had to do was pick up the phone and call someone in the community or in government, and the needs were met. She, with her husband, took the position of public service many steps further in caring for people, especially children and children of the incarcerated.
I gotta remember to clip that. I gotta start doing clips. I'm gonna start turning into one of these little clip farmers and just having like 12-second clips that make no sense, that don't, and then they have dumb words on them.
And meeting the needs of many who were inmates. Polly was an advisor to many political leaders in the East Tennessee area. Guys, I'm just getting started, so stick with me here. Now, the one signature on this that is the most important and arguably the only one we can't read is the chancellor who signed the adoption papers. Now, me personally, I think it looks most like Dennis Inman, but there's a catch there. You see, at one point, Kay Armstrong sued the mayor of Greenville, and we are going to revisit this lawsuit in a minute, but in that lawsuit, there's the testimony of Judge Inman, who says that he only served as chancellor from the district from 1984 to 1985. So it couldn't have been him. And it was nearly impossible for me to track down any chancellors in 1978 because the whole district was going through like a redistricting process, and there was turning over of a bunch of judges. And as it turns out, in these smaller districts, often a judge presides over both chancery and circuit courts. Now, unfortunately, I'm unable to go to Greenville and access these court records, so the most likely candidate is Judge Thomas Hull, who is often cited as the circuit judge and the chancery in that district around that era. Now, it just so happens that Thomas Hull was not only a member of the Tennessee House of Representatives, but from 1979 to 1981, he was the legal counsel for Governor Lamar Alexander, who was not only the governor of Tennessee, not only a U.S. Senator for 18 years, but was the Secretary of Education under George H.W. Bush. And he wasn't just his legal counsel, he was...
Dude, it's all, oh my God, let's go. This rules. See, Sasha's putting pieces together. This is a problem, boys. Andy Biggs is a pedophile. He fucking beat and abused a 12-year-old boy. That's crazy, dude. And he's still a representative. He's a congressman. Is that what he is? Crazy work, dude.
His longtime friend, because Lamar showed up at the funeral. Hull was also the one who recommended Dennis Inman as the circuit judge to Alexander. No matter how you interpret it, it's shady. And Judge Hull was apparently very active in helping the Holston United Methodist Home for Children. Yes, the same one that Ben Wexler was on the board of trustees of. And perhaps some of y'all picked up on it, but look at the maiden name of Ben's wife. Yeah, he had a nephew, Brandon Hull, who was the CEO of the Greenville banks that were owned by his father, Judge.
And did you see that Boys and Girls Club?
Thomas Hull. Yeah, so Thomas Hull was related to Benjamin Wexler. He was married to Thomas Hull's sister. But you know what? None of this means anything. None of this is concrete proof of anything. It could just be a coincidence that they're all related. Never mind. Let me cook. Because we're going to bring it back to... Sasha Riley's father, William Riley, because William Riley is associated with an address in Greenville, Tennessee. But I could only find the earliest record for this residence as 2006. So we don't know if they owned the house, they just lived in that house. We don't know what it is. What we do know is
I need this lady to interview Sasha. I need Lisa, the interviewer, to... Great job. We appreciate your work. let her talk to him.
Earliest owners I could find was Stanley and Kathleen Horde. And it turns out Kathy Horde was the vice president of human resources at Holston United.
Dude, it's all these charities, boys. You can't be a charity unless you're trafficking kids.
Methodist Home for Children. Y'all remember how I said it was weird that Bill Riley's LinkedIn had him listed as human resources for Troy University? Not only do they have a creepy ass prayer page, but there are also horses and barns involved in this Home for Children. Not only does that line up with some of the shit that Sasha was saying, but who was it that had a thing for horses? Oh yeah, Jelaine Maxwell. I also found this business called Horde Russell Alliance associated with the address. Well, surprise, surprise, no such business I could find. But what it did lead me to was a Russell Wexler, Benjamin Wexler's son, who is briefly mentioned in the lawsuit from Kay Armstrong to that mayor, where we find out that Russell Wexler was apparently working with Polly Solomon in the court office where he handled conservativeships and guardianships, which after his death was handed over to Ms. Gina Wexler. So now they clarify that whatever Gina Wexler's title is, for the county, she handled investments, she was the bookkeeper for the county, and was in charge of all of the children.
Yeah, dude, follow Nerdy Pink Panda. She's fucking awesome.
That were in conservationships and guardianships. And as it turns out, Russell Wexler not only worked at the Chancery Court for 25 years, but he also served on the board at ComCare Inc., a place where both of his brothers reside. Turns out that ComCare is a home for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Now, I know I heard somebody talking about a story that a victim told where there was a cult and they sacrificed a disabled boy, but I cannot remember for the life of me where I heard it or any of that information. So if anybody remembers it, please tell me. By the way, that Home for Children, it seems like they are no longer doing adoptions. And in fact, weirdly enough, they put up a list of Philippine adoption agencies in like a bunch of different states, which has me very confused and grossed out. Like I recommend just going and looking around because there's just, it's weird because this place seems more like a country club than a children's home. And I also looked at it on the map and I noticed that there's a lot of open space, sure, for horses and stuff, but then there's this whole big other chunk over here with what looks to be like a string of barns and a lake. I don't know what I found. I don't know. It just feels like something. And to Sasha, I genuinely hope this video finds you. And I genuinely hope that this helps give you some answers and maybe fills in some blanks for you. Oh, buckle up for part 3, folks, because
let's fucking go, dude. Oh, I wish that there was more.
Oh, breaking Epstein news today, everybody, because the Clintons are refusing to testify in front of the Oversight Committee. Oh, come on, guys. What happened to We Have Nothing to Hide? I know y'all are patiently waiting my
YouTube just interrupted the stream and told you to take a break? That's awesome, actually. That's really funny.
Deep dive on the Sasha Riley.
Yeah, she does phenomenal work, dude. She's doing the Lord's work here. Oh, we got to check in on Becca too. I wonder if she's
stuff. And I promise, I'm sitting down to make that video.
Because Becca should, dude. Becca better be taking this shit seriously, right? He's talking about Epstein.
Next. But before I did, I had to show you guys how unsurprising this news is. Because Bill and Hillary were supposed to testify behind closed doors to the Oversight Committee today and tomorrow. Because instead of testifying, they sent this letter to the chairman, basically saying, with everything going on in our country right now, is it really important? I mean, you could feel...
That's crazy, dude. The facts speak for themselves. You subpoenaed 8 people in addition to us. You dismissed 7 of those 8 without any of them saying a single word to you. You made no attempt to force them to appear. In fact, since you started your investigation look at these guilty-ass Clintons. Since you started your investigation last year, you've interviewed a total of 2 people. 2. A legal analysis prepared by 2 law firms and provided to you yesterday makes clear your subpoenas are legally invalid. Oh, they're talking about the law, boys. You claim your subpoenas are inviolate when they are used against us, yet you were silent when the sitting president took the same position as a former president barely more than 3 years ago. We call on you to release that analysis to the public to allow them to see how this is yet another example of the casual disregard of the law of the land. All the while you've done...
Okay, now that we've had a day or two to really... A new survivor... Oh,
fuck.
Okay, now that we've had... breaking Epstein news today. The oversight. What happened to waiting my deep promise? This news is... Fine, they sent this letter to the chair.
Oh, wait, this is the first page. Dear Chairman Comer, we want to take a moment, given everything, to address you directly. This past year has seen our government engage in an unprecedented acts, including against our own citizens. People have been seized by masked federal agents from their homes, their workplaces, and the streets of their communities. Look, dude, Bill Clinton's like, fuck ICE. No, I'm just kidding. He's like, please, please, please don't make me talk about my best friend Jeffrey Epstein. See, Shaners, we fucking hate Bill Clinton here. There's no left or right, but it is fuck cops. All cops. Sorry, buddy. And definitely fuck ICE. Students and scientists with visas permitting them to study and work here have been deported without due process. The people who laid siege to the U.S. Capitol have been pardoned and called heroes. This says the office of William Jefferson Clinton and Hillary Rodham Clinton. These fucking Habsburg, Rothschild, Rockefellers. This is crazy. The people who laid siege to the U.S. Capitol have been pardoned and called heroes. Agencies vital to the country's national security have been dismantled. Universities, media companies, and law firms have been subjected to threats to their funding, access, and licensing unless they made concessions and surrendered their right to the constitutionally protected free speech. American troops have been deployed on the streets of our towns and cities. The Justice Department has been used as a weapon at the direction of the president to pursue political opponents, and most recently and searingly, the ICE agent killed an
to the chairman.
ICE agent killed an unarmed mother.
Letter
only
to the
days ago. Every person has to decide when they have seen or had enough and are ready to fight for this country, its principles, and its people, no matter the consequences. Bro, Bill Clinton is so guilty. For us, now is that time. We are lucky by virtue of the positions we held and the protections afforded by them, but we are not blind. Every day we see the country we have dedicated our lives to improving take step after step after step backwards. These guilty motherfuckers. As chairman of the powerful congressional committee, you have immense power to target anyone and subject them to closed-door interrogation and more. The decisions you have made and the priorities you have set as chairman regarding the Epstein...
Basically saying, with everything going on in our country right now, is it really important? I mean, you could feel...
investigation have prevented progress in discovering the facts about the government's role. The facts speak for them. You were the government. You subpoenaed 8 people. Okay, we got that part. A legal analysis prepared by 2 law firms and provided to you yesterday makes clear your subpoenas are legally invalid. You claim your subpoenas are inviolate when they are used against us, yet were silent when the sitting president took the same position as a former president, barely more than 3 years ago. We call on you to release that analysis to the public to allow them to see how this is yet another example of the casual disregard of the law of the land. All the while, you have done nothing with your oversight capacity to force the Department of Justice to follow the law and release all its Epstein files, including any material regarding us, as we have publicly called for. Over the last year in the House, extending health care for Americans in any state succeeded only because enough Republicans joined with Democrats. The fact that the public and we are seeing any of the Department of Justice's Epstein files is only because 4 Republicans out of 220 joined every Democrat to reach the minimum number of members to force a vote. You were not one of those 4. Even now, despite the Department of Justice's failure to follow the Congress passed, you have chosen not to consider subpoenaing the sitting Attorney General to follow the law. Despite everything that needs to be done to help our country, you are on the cusp of bringing Congress to a halt to pursue a rarely used process literally designed in result in our... process literally designed to result in our imprisonment. This is not the way of America's ills, and we will forcefully defend ourselves. Is that a fucking threat? This shit's crazy, bro. These people are scared. Subpoena me to come talk about my relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I'll come. I'll tell you all about it. No relationship. Never met the guy. Very interested in him. I don't think he died. I think the government's hiding it up. Okay, now it's your turn, Bill Clinton. This is wild, right? Indeed, bringing the Republicans' cruel agenda to a standstill while you work harder to pass a contempt charge against us than you have done on your investigation this past year would be our contribution to fighting the madness. We have tried to give you the little information we have. We've done so because Mr. Epstein's crimes were horrific. If the government didn't do all it could to investigate and prosecute these crimes, for whatever reason, that should be the focus of your work, to learn why and to prevent that from happening ever again. There is no evidence that you are doing so. Instead, you have this just goes on and on and on and on and on. You have forced the victims to relive their painful experiences while doing little to give them and everybody else what's deserved, truth and justice. There is no plausible explanation for what you are doing other than partisan politics.
Free to pause and read it yourself. It's long and real.
Dude, oh my God. I feel like we gotta read this, though. You accepted the least from those who know the most, but demand the most from those who know the least. To say you can't complete your work without speaking to us is simply bizarre. You have asked what we know. To answer your inquiry, we are providing you with the same or more than 7 of the other 8 individuals you subpoenaed regarding the handling of the Epstein investigations and prosecutions, which may be why you have not publicly released their written statements. We expect you will say it is enough. It is not enough. We expect you'll reject it. You may even set out to empty an empty chair or stand in front of the cameras and outright dismiss what we have provided. We expect you will direct your committee to seek to hold us in contempt. You may even release irrelevant, decades-old photos that you hope will embarrass us. You will say your caucus and the Speaker and the President are behind you 100%. We hope, perhaps in vain, that you will not allow they will not allow you to single-handedly hijack the Congress by unilaterally making this decision for your colleagues, your party, and your country. You will say it is not your decision to make, but we have made it. Now you have to make yours. We are prepared to make our case to your 45 committee members, and if need be, more. Importantly, we also will defend ourselves in the public arena and ensure the country knows exactly what you're doing and why you are doing it, instead of helping the American people who need this
and they're basically
Congress's work and protection. For most people, maybe even the bulk of the Congress, today will be the first they learn of this dispute. We are confident that any reasonable person in or out of Congress will see, based on everything,
trying to accuse them of trying to mislead,
that what you are doing is trying to punish those who see as your enemies to protect those you think are your friends.
America, they
continue to
mislead America.
Continue to mislead Americans about what is true. We're in the home stretch, boys. Hang in there. What is truly at stake, and what you will learn that Americans are better at finding the truth than you are at burying it. Oh my God. Continue to pursue auto pens instead of penning laws Americans need, and you will learn that you are signing away any remaining chance of being on the right side of history. Continue to abet the dismantling of America, and you will learn that it takes more than a wrecking ball to demolish what Americans have built over 250 years. Bro.
America, they flat out
get this man the fuck Bill Clinton, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Accuse them of trying to dismantle America. See, the Clintons thought they were being slick by rescheduling it after January because they thought more Epstein files would be released by now and they wouldn't get caught lying. They don't want to go on record before knowing what is going to be released because lying to Congress under oath would be a crime. But I'm just going to leave you guys with my favorite line in this. Every person has to decide when they have seen or had enough and are ready to fight for this country, its principles, and its people, no matter the consequences. For us, now is that time. So they're taking a stand and fighting for America by not testifying?
Yeah, not testifying about Epstein. Crazy.
That's how you fight back against an oppressive regime? Fuck the Clintons. Hold them in contempt. Do it. Oh, breaking Epstein news today, everybody, because the Clintons are refusing to testify in front of the Oversight Committee. Oh, come on, guys. What happened to We Have Nothing to...
Okay, so you guys know the Edge. Okay, I feel like I've consumed so much of the work of Michael Wolff before the emails. Okay, friends, I need you guys to lock in for this one. Within this next figure in Jeffrey's network, we're also going to be talking about things within the tech world that we... These are bruises that Paula Zampoli, who is in our current administration, left on the mother of his child. All right, y'all, I have a little bit of a...
A woman can only be pushed so far.
Okay, I have to take 2 seconds to get a little bit... Okay, I have to take 2 seconds.
Whoa, Becca hasn't posted in a week, bro.
A woman can only be pushed.
These are bruises that Paula's... Okay, friends, I need you guys to lock in for this one. Within this next figure in Jeffrey's network, we're also going to be talking about things within the tech world that we dove into last year during the Elon Musk deep dive, which if you have not seen, I highly recommend you go watch that, especially chapter 1, and you'll understand why in a moment. So the person in Jeffrey's network who we need to dive into today is John Brockman. We know him as the guy who hosted the annual Edge Billionaire dinners that were fully funded by Jeffrey and happened in conjunction with the TED conferences, which should give us all a little bit of insight as to why Ghislaine Maxwell was given the opportunity to have her own TED Talk. You also might recognize the name John Brockman if you've been going through the texts and emails that have been being released from the Department of Justice, because in those texts and emails, we learned that Jeffrey and Steve Bannon were planning on calling upon John Brockman, amongst other scientists and academics, to help repair Jeffrey's reputation in the public eye via the documentary that Steve Bannon was working on with Jeffrey up until the day Jeffrey was arrested. So Jeffrey and John Brockman were friends for decades, and a lot of people don't realize how much influence John Brockman had on the way Jeffrey viewed the world. So one very important thing to know about John Brockman: he is a literary agent and an author. He is not a scientist. And John Brockman basically established the Edge Foundation as an online magazine that explored scientific and intellectual ideas. And once a year, the contributors to this magazine, the scientists, the scholars, the academics, etc., would meet for the Edge Billionaires dinner whenever they were all in town.
Yeah, we need a welfare check on Becca. But I just looked. She was commenting on this video 3 days ago, so
town for the TED.
She probably just needs a break, or maybe she's working on something.
Conference week. These dinners ran from 1999 till 2018. And by far throughout the existence of the Edge Foundation, Jeffrey has always been its largest donor by a long shot. He was basically single-handedly bankrolling the entire Edge Foundation. And this is like such a Jeffrey move. Bankroll a foundation, have minimal public exposure connecting you to that foundation, then quietly having access to all of the people within said foundation while simultaneously having full control of the foundation as you are bankrolling the foundation. So Jeffrey. But let me explain what I mean when I said that John Brockman had a lot of influence upon the way Jeffrey viewed the world. One of John Brockman's best known pieces of work is a book that he wrote called The Third Culture. He cited inspiration for this book from the English scientist and novelist Charles Percy Snow, who wrote and published The Two Cultures of Scientific Revolution. So before I explain to you what John Brockman's The Third Culture is about, let me explain to you very much in a nutshell the two culture theory by Charles Percy Snow, so that
I'd be hitting my DIY root beer vape. It doesn't have any nicotine in it. It's just like the vapor. But yeah, it's my little vape. When I go to the left, that's the bong. If I'm over here, that's the vape.
you are able to see the fallacy when I explain to you what John Brockman's third culture is about. Stick with me here, okay? So the two cultures of scientific revolution was an idea in very simple terms that society is split into two separate groups, the scientific culture and the humanistic culture. Scientific culture being the people who look at the world through problem-solving lenses, crunch the numbers, look at data, and then there's humanistic culture, which is the people who value art, tradition, moral reflection, fairness, and feelings. He believed that the bridge between these two different groups of society, it needed to be nurtured so that there could be balance. Because if just the scientific-minded people were to run society, for example, a technocratic society, which we have talked about extensively. Technocracy is a political movement, like a political ideology that gained popularity around the 1930s, specifically in the United States and in Canada. Technocracy basically proposed replacing partisan politicians and business folk with engineers and scientists who were believed to have a better technical experience of balancing an economy. Take a look at the map that technocracy wanted their power hold to be over. Greenland, Canada, Panama Canal. And then I want you to compare that to what the incoming president has said.
Why are they so obsessed with fucking Greenland, dude? What is the deal?
And that he would like to take over. Main criticisms have been the fact that
Ashley, good thing that mine doesn't have nicotine in it. And I make the juice.
Technocracy creates unjust concentrations of power, and technocracy fully excludes citizens from policymaking and influencing policy. They will railroad through humanity to create what they believe are solutions without regard for who gets hurt on their way to their bottom line. And he argued that if the humanistic culture of society were to run things, zero problems would ever be solved because everyone on that side of society feels too deeply. So basically, the theory is society is divided into two groups, scientific knowledge and humanistic wisdom. And both groups must work together in order to have societal progress. But what's actually a little bit amusing is John Brockman's The Third Culture, which he claims is expanding upon the ideas of Charles Percy Snow, literally fully rejects and disregards Charles Percy Snow's theory, despite him saying that he is expanding upon it. Let me explain. But within John Brockman's The Third Culture, he shares that he believes there should be a third culture within this theory. John Brockman believes that this third culture should be made up of scientists, evolutionary biologists, cognitive scientists, and AI researchers. He basically argues that figures in scientific fields or tech fields in present day are much more advanced than when Charles Percy Snow wrote his two-culture theory. And John Brockman believes that the people within the third culture, the scientists, the AI researchers, etc., are the folks who are supposed to explain the world to the rest of the public. John Brockman's third culture is, in my opinion, a very convoluted and wordy explanation of another pathway that society can take to ultimately get to technocracy, which is the exact opposite of what Charles Percy Snow's two cultures theory was about. It's about nurturing the bridge so that society would not become technocratic. But John Brockman's third culture theory is just technocracy, but Chutes and Ladders edition. Charles Percy Snow's theory spoke to nurturing the bridge. John Brockman's theory, which he says is expanding upon Charles Percy Snow's theory, simply declares the takeover and destruction of the bridge. You know what? It's not cohesive. These people are not that smart. Some of the people that John Brockman believes should be in the third culture ruling over everyone are figures like Steven Pinker, Richard Dawkins, and Daniel Dennett, which are all associates of Jeffrey, mind you. And really, the most important thing you need to know about technocracy is for it to exist, everything in red would have to be annexed by the 1% and it would become a technate, basically ruled by Silicon Valley. So if you're wondering why Donald Trump is trying to annex all of these different countries and take them over, he's just building his technate. He's still got Peter Thiel, JD Vance, Elon Musk, David Sachs, all the tech bros in his back pocket whispering in his ear. We called it a year ago. This is what they're building. This is why they are rapidly trying to do a takeover of...
It's literally Greater America, dude. They're doing Six Flags Greater America.
Very specific places. They are building a technate, and we called it a year ago. If you don't want to go watch the full chapter 1 of the Elon Musk deep dive, Elon Musk's grandfather was a hugely important figure within technocracy. Let me tell you, all avenues to technocracy are not good. for us. I could go on and on and on about technocracy. I won't hold you all. If you want more information, you can go to chapter 1 of the Elon Musk deep dive. And if you want more information after that, let me know. But anyway, hopefully that makes sense to you. And hopefully you understand what I'm saying with like the fallacy of John Brockman saying that he is expanding upon this well-known theory when he's actually denouncing the theory. And please, if anyone's familiar with these theories, feel free to chime in, correct me, give your perspective, or explain things better than I have. One thing that's notable about the Edge dinner conferences is that Jeffrey would regularly bring members of the Core 4 as well as victims every year. Like in this photo, we have Sarah Kellen, who should be in prison right now, and Cindy Lopez, who was a victim of Jeffrey. She was recruited via Corinne Modeling Agency, which was owned by Jean-Luc.
Yo, you know what I just realized? Bro. Hold on. Oh no.
These are bruises that Paula Zampoli, who is in.
A woman can only be pushed so.
These are bruises that. Okay, friends, I need you guys to lock in for this. Jeff steps involved with. Okay, friends, I need you guys to.
Fuck, what was it? Oh, here.
About currently.
Fuck.
Brock Allen, who should be in prison right now.
Oh no. Hold on, guys. This is bad. This is bad for my credibility. Okay. Do we see Jeffrey Epstein's JE logo on his fucking lame little fucking Lolita Express? What the fuck? Oh no. Oh no. Well, fuck. Jeffrey Epstein branded me. Oh my goodness. You're an Epstein. Hey, yo. Oh, cover up content coming soon. Paul's son confirmed. He's an island boy. Oh no, dude. Oh man. What a world. That's funny. That's really funny, dude. Wow. I do have some weird suppressed memories, but that is so in the that's my Battlestar Galactica tattoo. But Starbuck had Capricas because the original colonies from Battlestar Galactica, they're from 12 planets. And they're all named after the zodiac signs. So Caprica is for Capricorn, but I think the planet was called Scorpio or Scorpion or some shit. Scorpia, I forget. But so I got the like symbol for that planet instead of Caprica, but it looks just like that. Jeffrey Epstein's always been in my brain. Fuck, dude. Jeffrey Epstein took me to the island. Fuck. He's in my subconscious. That would make sense, honestly. Well, I'm not gonna give this shit up. All right, let's finish this interview, okay? I'm going to go get a booch. Dude, that's so funny and weird. How weird.
About, you know, just some of the logistics in terms of the file size, the right location, where I'm comfortable with the.
You ever been to a full moon fire jam on Lake Michigan? Yeah, dude, now I'm like, have I ever been to North Fox Island?
Files being, and I'm, like I say, I've already looked in terms of some contacts at the Hague. One of the things with the Hague is the United States isn't part of the international, you know, the criminal court system anymore. But I know how.
Oh, she's talking about the Hague?
How can still be presented because it is international.
You're a Scorpio, Saints? Fuck yeah, Scorpios forever.
Security issue, considering Trump's wreaking this sort of havoc. Now, Trump's attempting to wreak havoc on all sorts of folks in all sorts of countries regarding tariffs and all sorts of nonsense. And is it the exact MO you described with the puppies and with Patricia? So
he does seem to
I wish you would like crack this ring up more. Stop talking about Trump. Move on.
enjoy watching the act of suffering play out.
Yeah.
In almost any venue that he has any part of.
Yeah, and now with immigrations and detentions, disappearances.
Poor mama cat dad has to hear absurd accusations slinged at her son every stream. Whole time she just wants justice for the king of pop. Dude, my mom's #1 mission is to get justice for Michael Jackson.
In the United States, again, it's similar.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I just if Trump does one.
Yeah, like Milwaukee, Kenosha, Zion. Yep. Chicago. Dude, that's right. Zion's right there. Chicago beaches. I mean, I grew up on Kenosha, the Kenosha beaches. Cat Dad Summer Cookout Lookout. The Kenosha Pier, that's where I've lost one of my pair of glasses. I've lost 3 pairs of glasses in my life, and they were all to bodies of water. My first one was at Lake Michigan, jumping off the pier into the water in Kenosha.
Thing that's good for this country, it will be by being such a putrid human being, he will maybe expose much of the corruption around him. And that is my only hope for him. Other than that, he serves no positive purpose to mankind.
Rabbi Shmuley was involved with Michael Jackson? Oh my God, my mom's gonna get her justice, dude. Dude, Michael Jackson was taken out by Zionists, I bet. See, Mom? All this shit is connected, dog. It's all connected to the shit I won't stop talking about. And finally, I found something that should make her care about this stuff. Mom, they're trying to Michael Jackson everyone, okay? Do you want to get Michael Jacksoned? Paul's trying to literally Michael Jackson me. Oh, this is how we talk to my mom in the... Mom, this is how I explain it all to her so she understands. Paul's mad. Okay, you know how Sony was mad that Michael Jackson owned 50% of Sony and all the Beatles records and all of his music and shit? So they can't just go and kill him. They'll get in trouble. So what do? They cause chaos in his life, okay? Here's a similar thing. I basically have all of Paul Wysopal's fucking... What are they called? All of his masters. I'm Paul's master, okay? I know all of his secrets, and I keep blabbing about it, right? He can't just come and kill me, so what does he do, Mom? He takes me off my medication. He's the federal government. Of course he can do that. He gets Theodore, the biggest cuck in the world, to fucking do my intervention and try and ruin my life. Literally to send me to a Florida rehab against my will. that was their version of getting me. Well, and remember, the thing that got them pissed is that I wasn't on drugs anymore, like Michael Jackson, because then they can control you, right? What did they want to do? Send me to a rehab to drug me and then hopefully give me an overdose while I'm there so I shut the fuck up forever? Bet. So anyway, Mom, hopefully that helps. That'll clear it up. That's what happened. So if you want to save Michael Jackson, we're all getting Michael Jacksoned right now. Fuck yeah. All right, we broke through to Mom. She understands that this conspiracy is real. It's not in our heads. No, she doesn't say that. She just can never get behind it. I don't know. It's so weird. Whatever, dude. I mean, it's hard to willingly accept that all these people were being bastards, I think. Because I think to her, she saw it as people that were kind of pretend they were worried about me. But I'm saying that they're liars. Because if they were actually worried about me, one of them would have reached out to me by now and been like, dude, I'm so sorry. Glad to see you're thriving. Nope, nothing. Very weird. It's like these, if someone asked them about the allegations, they would literally say what Andy Biggs said. They'd say, hearsay is not, you go, hey, all of Corey's old friends, are you a bunch of fucking Nazis? And they'd have to say, hearsay is not something that can be used in a court of law. But yeah. So glad I'm so glad I got through it. Because it collapse, you know, they collapse the world on you. I wonder how many other people get through it, you know, because it's meant to like make you go crazy and think that you're wrong. We ain't wrong. We'll never be told we're wrong. Sorry. But yeah, dude, I'm glad we got through it too. Thanks, Paul. Paul made us so strong. Paul turned us into Iron Man, dude. I love who Paul turned me into. It's great. And now we're going to fuck his shit up. I'm telling you, I'm going to talk to Paul one of these days. Paul's going to come crying to me one night. He's finally going to get caught, and everyone's going to be like, we're rolling with this at 6 a.m. He's going to call me at like midnight, like, please, can we go on stream and try and get ahead of this story? Please, please, please. They're going to roll it at 6. I'd be like, oh, sorry, I'm busy. I'm hanging out with my cats and we're watching The Expanse. Can't do it. You had ample opportunity. So many times, Paul, you could have called me. My little Polly guy, Timothy McVeigh. But, whatever.
Yep.
Anyway, let's get back to this. I never got my booch, and I need to go 10-1. BRB. Love you guys. Yeah, we made it through, Paul. Suck us. Now we're gonna bother Andy Biggs. I'm gonna find Jim Jordan's personal phone number tomorrow. Yeah, dude, Sherlock, for real. I wish I was wrong. That's the worst part. I don't want to be right about any of this. I never wanted to be right about all this Nazi shit. You intimidated him? Paul? I think Paul thought that he could crush me like a little bug. And now we're best friends, and he's never going to get rid of me. He can't. It's not possible. My friend has called me strong-minded as somewhat of a non-redeeming quality. Ha ha ha. I'm like, what? You're welcome. Dude, that's... Yeah, strong-minded's cool. Unless you're, like, strong-minded about, like, oh, come on, guys, let's hear Ice Out. But But yeah, we love Paul.
But if his level of malfeasance somehow segues into the exposing of the misdeeds of some really bad people around him, that'll be the only good thing he's ever done.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion, but
yeah,
I have watched.
Ooh, Johnny Gosh might be Jeff Gannon, the White House in the White House press. All right. Is he the one that was from Indiana or something?
This presidency,
from Minnesota,
closer than any other because of my past, and good God, everything he touches turns to shit.
Yeah.
And it seems to be that he turns it to shit in the most callous and horrible way possible for as many people as he can make it that way.
Yeah.
It's incredible to me that so many people are on board with the suffering of others, and it seems to be the almost the selling point.
Yeah.
You know, I can remember discussing with somebody the other day, I don't care if somebody's here legally or illegally. At the end of the day, that's still a human being that we're talking about. Now, if this person has gone and murdered people or done something like that, well, then they should answer for it. But every person deserves due process. Every person. And that's the way the Constitution is written. That was the one thing that all 9 Supreme Court justices even agreed on, is that everybody should get due process.
Yeah.
And so the fact that he is denying people that and trying to convince the masses that certain people do not deserve due process is just alarming to a degree that it actually is shocking to me that it isn't a line in the sand for everybody. I don't understand the reasoning behind some people thinking that because your skin's brown, you don't deserve due process, or because you crossed the border here, which is essentially a civil matter, a speeding ticket type of violation, you know, that somehow now that person deserves to suffer to death.
On such a subject, something that I'm simmering with in terms of timing of publishing the files, you know, there's, on one hand, I want to publish sooner than later, but one of my siblings is traveling to the United States.
Yeah, we love you, Theo Fed Cuck Mike. Oh, Johnny was from Iowa.
States this week, and I told her not to travel. I said it was quite urgent not to travel, and
oh, here, we'll vindicate Mom. This is about Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson. I mean, you know him.
Is my mom gonna like this? I don't want to see anything that's gonna make my mom be sad.
It seems like he needed that fix, that money. It was never enough.
It wasn't money. It wasn't about money. He didn't have no childhood. See, y'all always be trying to talk about shit you don't know. He didn't have a fucking childhood. Huh? All right? He had all the money he wanted, all the fame he wanted. Huh? But he never bounced the ball. Huh? So y'all gonna sit there and talk about somebody you ain't never talked to him. Huh? Michael Jackson. Huh? A child. His mind was a child. Became one of the most powerful human beings in the world. And they killed him. And when they killed him, just simple mathematics. He's getting ready to do the big show in London 50 times. God can't work one city 50 times, but made you think he could. And that child is in him, it never dawned on him. So he's insured. This is your show. So the insurance is on you, not the rest of the people. So he had him insured for $1.5 billion. So when they killed him, you mean the Lords of London didn't see them holes in his arm? Lords of London, $1.5 billion, and they didn't see these holes? You know what? Michael was killed at 2 o'clock in the morning from a laser. What's the police chief? He's not police chief of New York? Patton? Whatever his name.
I was thinking Gates, but that's before.
No.
I've never heard the Michael Jackson laser theory.
And then 4 days later, they go into the house and find this bloody shirt of Michael's. They didn't understand it's like $450,000 worth of jewelry and cash missing. So white boy said, we got to get rid of you, but we'll ease you out. So then he comes and he works in Virginia, which is called the CIA. And now he's the police chief of New York, a fucking criminal, gangster. That's what it's about.
Well, I thought it was because of the Sony thing. They wanted. I believe there was some.
But that's because you don't have the information.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay.
I said he was killed by a laser. Huh? I just told you it was a bloody shirt and the money. Just public. All you gotta do is go look it up. Huh? Okay. I didn't come here to find out what you think.
No, I'm just asking about
No, you didn't. You said you thought. I'm not interviewing you. You interviewing me. I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
Huh? But you go do it. I respect who you gonna be. So don't sit here and tell me you thought it was the Sony thing. Huh?
Bro, they space laser Michael. I mean, who better to test it out on, right?
What was the Sony thing about? Tell my grandmother.
Well, my understanding was that he was going to get the Beatles catalog.
He already had it. Huh?
Okay.
He bought the Beatles catalog when his people told him don't buy it. He bought it for $48 million. When they killed him, it was worth $2.5 billion. Huh? Stuff go on in your house I don't know nothing about. There's a persona out there I don't know nothing about. When we sitting here with...
It says it's from 2015.
Respect for what I don't want to hear what you thought. I saw the check, nigga. Huh? So I got to sit in what you thought. Who cares? Huh? That's all I'm saying.
I understand.
And then what they didn't know when they came out with the will, his 3 children's name was misspelled. Huh?
So
the day he was supposed to have signed it.
So it's a fake will.
It's a fake will. Huh? That's what I'm saying. Okay? That's all. And so if I was over there and they said, well, what role did Sony play? No, you didn't say that. I thought I'm not here because of what you think. Huh?
Okay.
Did Sony have anything? Huh? That's...
Okay, I'll ask better.
No, you don't have to ask that. I don't care.
No, I'll phrase better with the...
No, I'm saying it's already, you already said it.
Okay.
Huh? And you ain't gonna stop that overnight. And I don't want you to stop it overnight. Huh? There's people listening to me that's cleansed when you said what you said. Huh? Because we know. Huh? I told Michael. I got to his house, man. His father called me and said, Michael need to see you. Michael couldn't go up. His dad and mom couldn't go up to the top floor. Huh? So when they sit there and said, when I carried the food up to him, I saw these little boys. Michael knew. Everybody knew him. Could nobody go up to the 3rd floor? Huh? So I go and Orange County. Father come back and say, Michael wants you to sit in my seat. I go. So now the trial's over that day. We go home. He holds me, feel like an animal, clawing me. Greg, they're trying to kill me. They're trying to kill me. I know. I know. When the last time he said, poison me. When the last time he drank some water. I said, okay, here's the problem we got. I got to slip you out of here today and take you to the hospital. No, they'll get Michael, am I smarter than you? Shut up. What we'll do is get a driver, and we're going to San Francisco to see a friend. What he didn't know is once we got out the house, when you saw that H for hospital, that's where I was going. I didn't know where, nobody know we coming. So we go there. 5 o'clock that evening. Michael Jackson. Dehydrated. 6 o'clock. At 6 o'clock the next morning, they still putting water in him. And the doctor said, thank God for you, because he'd have been dead. That's how dried up he was. Okay? I know him. Huh? I know him. I know what it's about. It's not about Sony. He already had it. Already had it. Okay? And so what happened is, when they killed him, the white boys that came in and convinced everybody that Michael had went back with them. Michael had gone back with them. Okay? And so the will said that anybody on this wheel protested, if you lose, you cut out. That's why Mama, I don't even know where she's getting groceries from now. She was cut out. After. Now, let's go back to the one thing. Lloyd's of London got me insured for $1 billion. That means they give me all kind of checks and they didn't see the holes. Now, here's how clever they are.
What holes?
You and the brother, there's first responders. You get there at 10 o'clock. He's out. You don't know he's dead because the call just come in. So you trying to get a vein. You don't know he's been dead since 2 o'clock. So now they tried everything. Now they go get the different chemicals I can put in. That's where the needle holes came from. Huh? That's how clever they are. The folks that's doing it don't know it. They're just trying to bring them out. Got needle here. Sure, they got needle holes. But that's where they came from. Huh? That's where they came from. Okay? And the old punk doctor, he know nothing about it. When he's on the 911, they say, what's the address? I don't know. You know the address. Huh? This is a game. The most powerful human being on the planet, entertainer. Huh? They say he ain't lost his license. He's still practicing that. It's a game.
So, something fishy there. I think I smell smoke.
Yep.
I honestly have no idea what this guy's talking about anymore.
I think I smell something like smoke. Something like smoke.
He's saying that Michael Jackson was space lasered, and then he had holes in his arms from needles or from the laser.
When Tupac was killed, well, I know something.
He's like, an alien took him.
The mob don't go there and have a shootout in the front lounge. Would make you think black folks could. And who was in the car with him? Quincy Jones, his daughter.
Rashida Jones? What? Wait, Rashida Jones was in the car with Tupac? Is that true?
She was? Okay.
How I know that New York Times don't know it? How I know that he's been attempted to be killed so many times, the car is bulletproof. So you had to shoot the bulletproof car to get him in the head. He was shot in the car. That's what this was about. That's what this was about. Shot in the car.
This was about getting shot in the car? For why?
Because he had nerve enough to write some shit in the record.
You know, be careful what you say to the government. We might be in trouble here just here.
White folks love Bill Cosby.
Oh, they claimed Michael OD'd, but the needle marks were from the first responders? Okay.
So much. They had commercials, man, where little white children was riding his back eating tapioca out of his eardrums. Daddy Bill.
What the fuck did he just say?
And so...
I gotta move on. Okay, we gotta finish this video.
She just hasn't read a lot of information. Yeah, I know. And so what I'm looking at in terms of logistics, especially since we've, our discussion today, I need to confirm when my sister's traveling and her husband, when they're back in Canada. And I would want to make sure they're back in Canada before I post the audio file, just in case. I don't
blame you.
Because I just don't. I mean, it's one of those things, I want to make sure you're in a safe location. I want to, I have a friend who's retired. He's American. He's worked as a defense attorney, but he lives in Canada now at least half the year, and he hates Trump. And I got a call into him. He was a
she's obsessed.
defense attorney in the United States, and I want to run through some things with him, see if he has some suggestions just in terms of preparation, in terms of, so we're okay. So if there's a deluge of press, maybe folks will ignore, maybe there'll be a bunch of press contacts. I just want to make sure there's a bit in terms of preparation there. So, but it is really urgent, I know, sooner than later. So let's just, go step by step.
Okay. Absolutely. I'll look forward to hearing back from you.
Yeah, and
there is one other entity that is right now going through some flight logs. And I think they're going to schedule talking to me tomorrow. I think it was the day that they had. So they are looking for my name and my dad's name in different itineraries to try to piece it together from a different angle.
Yeah, and who are the folks you're speaking to there?
There, I have the name on there. I don't have it on the top of my head. Hold on. I sent them an email. Let me look at my email. The Crustian Daily ICE list.
Okay, that's right. So they're looking through there. Yeah, okay. Yeah. When you speak to them, maybe just tell them that, don't mention my name, but just say you're...
Jesse Wells was on Stephen Colbert? I didn't know that.
You're speaking to someone that's helping them with, that's helping you in terms of court-related, affidavit-related, and that I'm planning on publishing some discussions with us imminently. And if they would, you know, I just want to, you know, I want to make sure that it doesn't get the waters don't get muddied inadvertently. I actually follow them on social media, and I like what they're, you know, they're trying to get compilations and all the ICE agents and everything, so that's great. But I would appreciate just from, and just a bit more in terms of my background. I've spent lots of time advising folks on a whole range of subjects, and I, you know, have a very specific approach in regards to law enforcement. That's sort of I'm sort of Clark Kent camouflaged. And so when I look at what I'm looking at, it's really about what's truly the right thing that's really going to truly help ensure there's justice. And I mean like true justice. So if anybody from any journalistic outlet tries to contact you for interviews or anything, I would appreciate if you would just decline until we can get this published, because I think that's going to really help in terms of what we can.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Of what's the most important to get out of what we've covered raw, because journalists are going to try and edit, and there's just, we have to be careful about who's on side and who isn't. So
Lisa's kind of cuck, isn't she? Am I being too tough on her? The Trump stuff is really annoying. Like, crack the fucking ring. Wasn't this interview from 3015, the year 3015? I fucking hope not, dude. Yeah, she's like trying to gatekeep the story. I don't trust, and it's fine to not trust her and still get, like, I trust him. I don't trust her, but I trust him. Yeah, I think she is kind of a cook. Like, I don't know. Why would you want... What are you talking about? Why would you want him to be silent about this? Get your... Dude, you're just uploading fucking transcript or uploading audio files. Like... Yeah, she does trust the system a lot. I mean, she was like talking about how if Biden knew a little more information, he'd have done a better job. Yeah, she was defending Joe Biden. If she believed that legacy media was actually Nazi and cucked, then I could see that response, but she doesn't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I thought she was going to be like, if legacy media like reaches out to you, just be careful because they will probably try and discredit you, and they'll probably try and like get a rise out of you and like fuck with you because they are there to protect this story, to protect this system. But she's like, oh, you're talking to the Krispy Kreme brothers? Well, you know, I know them and I like their work, but, you know, I would refrain from speaking to anyone else about this. That's Fed shit, bro. Maybe she has other shit and she withheld it. Who knows? No, I'm just kidding. Now we're making accusations. I think she's just kind of a lib. I'm putting too much on it. Oh, 2015. No, this interview was from January or July of this year, I think. It was from like a couple months ago. This is all very recent. July 18th, 2025. And it was published in November 23rd. So it's been up for a while. People are just finally hearing about it, I guess, maybe.
Right. So, and I'd like to speak to some folks that, you know,
yeah, I feel like she's like, this is my fucking nest egg, dude. This is my story. I'm gonna sell 10,000 Substack subscriptions. Oh, I'm gonna be able to quit my job at Arby's. I'm gonna be able to meet Joe Biden.
human rights organizations, maybe even try to get some.
Even he kind of sounds like weirded out by it a little bit, right? He kind of got quiet and shit.
Into the ICC before, you know, again, sooner than later.
He real quiet unless you know him and shit, for real.
And so talk to the folks at the Crustian tomorrow. But
dude, this is what I'm saying. Why would she even publish that part? Because she's kind of a hack, dude. She's a little bit of a bum. I don't know. Am I being too mean? I feel like I wish that I have a million more questions. She seems very uncurious. It's pissing me off. I would have edited the fuck out of this. I mean, I would have never said this shit, but like, dude, he's a whistleblower. You should be encouraging whistleblowers. Your job as the journalist is to get this information out, you dummy. Yeah, I think she's dumb, dude.
please don't agree to any sort of journalistic interviews with them or anyone else until we get these audio files published.
June, July, August, September, October, November. She made him hold off for like 4 or 5 months, dude. But it doesn't matter too, though, that she is sus. Like, I mean, we've been fucking ragging on her for 2 days now. But that doesn't mean that what Sasha's saying isn't true. You know? Yeah, the whole problem is the gatekeeping. She's like, I want to be protecting the Epstein files. I'll release the Epstein files when I'm ready to release my story of your story. Yeah, just edit this out. She's dumb.
Okay. Awesome. And contact me anytime anything comes up, okay? I want you to know that.
Yeah, dude, the chicken and the fedora now, I'm like, oh, okay, I kind of know who this lady is.
You know, I'm a fierce warrior myself.
Yeah. She's still better than Fox News and shit. She's just like caught up in this still in just the dumb Trump of it all. It's so much bigger than that. Like, these people were all buddies, and look, now they're all in Congress. That's weird. One of them's the president. And they were all, and Lindsey Graham and Clarence Thomas. And they were all in a tent abusing this guy. What does that mean? She's like not synthesizing. She's not like analyzing any of this. I don't know. She's like, okay, but can you tell me another detail about Trump? Does his ass really wrinkly? Does he have any tattoos?
So,
I believe I have relayed the bulk of what I truly remember clearly. But if some detail should come up that I remember after the fact that I think is pertinent, I'll just shoot you a text or a message.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've been as thorough as I can without ad-libbing.
Yeah.
I have my thoughts on the matter as well, but I'm just trying to relay those things that I clearly remember, and that unfortunately is just the small amount that I have told you. There's much more to it. It's just that those details are so muddy that all I can say is there's just a substantial amount more abuse that I can't pinpoint and be specific about. So.
No, I understand. And then
does Sasha Riley? I saw people were referencing Sasha Riley's Facebook. Where is it? Do you guys know what the name is? I just searched for Sasha Riley, but I don't see it right now. William Sasha Riley?
You know, again, I'd still like to look, so we've got these files. I probably, in terms of the one file, I'll probably shorten the length just of the 5 minutes where we talk about, you know, carefulness in terms of journalists and stuff, and my sister traveling just for safety reasons, so I'll just cut the one file short. But then for sure I'd like to look at, you know, another interview where we talk about some of the details that are fuzzy and everything. But just peacefully, it's the right timing and things. And then, like I say, I've sort of tried to structure so it's easy to get into affidavit format and stuff in terms of criminal cases. I know you could file a lawsuit or something in the United States, but I just don't know that that's the right approach to look at right now. Like E. Jean Carroll filed a lawsuit, but this is a totally different level of crime. Right?
Bro, she's like handling him, kind of.
Right. So,
yeah.
Which is why I'm.
And I also want to be careful that I don't come across looking like I do not care about money. I do not care about any sort of notoriety. All I care about is exposing this for what it is in hopes that it would shut down that part of the operation. I know that you can't exactly create a nirvana. You know, there's always going to be bad people doing bad things, but at this level that it's being used, somebody has to stand up to it, because we're goose-stepping towards our own crematorium, is what it looks like to me. And we're having to do that because of all this leverage on the people at the very top of our food chain.
Yeah. Well, what I'm going to...
In as much as Donald Trump has all of this dirt on the people around him, I wonder just exactly what dirt maybe our adversaries have on Donald Trump. You know, that's just speculative on my part, but it certainly would seem to me that he is beholden to.
Hey, does it sound? Hey, does the fact that Russia supposedly has a PP tape with Donald Trump, does that sound far-fetched anymore? Anybody?
Netanyahu.
Yeah, it's weird. Why is she telling him what to do at all? Honestly, she shouldn't. Like, it's not your fucking job if you're a journalist or whatever. Like, if he's like, how do I stay safe, and you want to give him advice, sure, but like, you're literally telling him not to talk? That's weird.
And to Putin.
What was going on in November? Why'd she hold it off till November? She wanted to... Oh, she didn't want this coming out by Charlie Kirky. She held it off. What if this popped in July, dude? We were all fucking going gung-ho on the Epstein shit. This shit drops in July. She didn't release it till November. After Charlie Kirky died. If I were him, I'd go on the Cat Dad show and tell my story. Dude, I mean, I'll try and figure out how she reached out to him. I'd fucking interview him for sure. And I'd let him talk. Just talk. So weird. Did she bring up Bill Clinton or did he?
Yeah, I would say that's quite clear, and certainly even involved.
Let him talk without a bias. Yeah, well, my bias is that there's an elite cabal of pedophiles running everything, so we'll definitely have that in common.
Involving yourself and footage with yourself. So.
Yeah, some.
Okay.
But I very much appreciate the help with all this. I've forgotten the name again, the Crustacean or whomever, they are trying to put together the different flight itineraries. So they and possibly I'm not sure who I spoke to about that, but apparently there's facial recognition software and there's an international porn database. Yeah. So when child victims become adults, if they approve, and I do, being run through that system, they can, if it's ever been on the internet, they can do a lot of forensics.
They're just pulling from Ashton Kutcher's personal his personal stash. They're like, oh yeah, hold on, let me just open up Ashton Kutcher's child pornography library real quick and let me search all the faces of all the kids used in them.
Did they say they thought they could help with that?
Ooh, Lisa is Kathy Sanders, bro, right? She's like, yeah, I was interviewing him and we were getting into the real nitty-gritty about Trump because it was all just Trump. And yeah, he just stopped breathing. I saw it with my own eyes. Are you going to tell me I didn't see with my own eyes that he died of natural causes while I was interviewing him after I gave him a beverage? Huh? Dude, we're going to get killed. No, just kidding. We can't. It's not possible.
Or that they might have access to some of the software?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so.
I mean, don't mention my name, but just mention that, I'm helping you and that I might like to talk to them and you.
Don't mention my name? What is this lady's deal?
At some point, but just tell them I'm sort of looking through in terms of the ICC and I'm doing some diligence there, just precautionary.
2 people have also reached out to me that have...
Oh my God.
Been involved in similar types of abuse. I don't know if that would...
She's like, don't talk to them. Do not form a community with them. Don't convince them to whistleblow. I think the best course of action is if you guys are all silent for the next, from now until maybe 10 years or so.
Be potentially helpful. I don't know that this is under the same umbrella.
Yeah.
But one lady that has reached out to me has talked about something that's more involved than just, like family abuse type of things.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, she's like, oh, can I handle her too? Give me her number, but don't ever speak to her again, okay? She's probably evil, and she's probably coming. She's gonna, she's probably gonna traffic you again. So, dude, she do be kind of handling right? Yeah, I hate her. I just appreciate that she was the vehicle the message could drive to hear his words. Yeah, but he needs to start speaking to other people. Like us.
Yeah, no, we'll look at all those things. And what I'm looking at, something that would help me if you thought about a little bit in terms of sort of jurisdictions. If you were...
Jurisdictions? Who is this cop? What is this cop lady talking about?
Anyone either... You said you remembered accents and stuff, and then with Putin, just in terms of if there was anyone in Europe, and specifically in Canada, it's one of the countries of the British
Canada.
Commonwealth, the Commonwealth of Nations, and if there's anyone in any of the Commonwealth of Nations countries that might help in terms of with jurisdiction. But like I said, is
Commonwealth of Nations? What the fuck is this lady talking about, dude?
It's like really it's international security issues. So I would hope that decent folks working as prosecutors in Canada and involved with the ICC and...
Dude, what a waste of this man's time. What the fuck are you talking about? Bro, I think she's a snitch. Bro, we're the fucking Fed cops. We're the infinite Fed hunters. I don't get a good vibe from Lisa. I'm just saying.
Concerns regarding NATO and the Five Eyes Agreement.
She's like, we were just getting a coffee at a small motel where I gave a fake name and I don't know, I gave him a Dr. Pepper that I poured a little ricin in and he just started convulsing from flu-like symptoms. Then he died right in front of me. It was totally natural. And then also the fire alarm went off and all my tapes got destroyed and there's no more evidence, and it's all clean. We got him, boys.
The right thing and attempt to assist. So that's sort of what I'm trying to sort out a little bit there. But I know that as a very big start is just publishing the briefings.
Dude, what a waste of this man's time. What the fuck are you talking about? Bro, I think she's a snitch. Bro, we're the fucking Fed cops. We're the infinite Fed hunters. I don't get a good vibe from Lisa. I'm just saying.
What You know, and like I say, I would send the briefings to some of the folks that I've advised during the years. I would publish and post them, and I'll contact after the briefings with the audio were published with the right preface, and right preface meaning so it's clear that what your position is, and it's clear what my position is, which is doing the right thing, right? It isn't about some financial interest or anything, it's about doing the right thing.
Right.
Sometimes doing the right thing involves finances, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about honoring the truth.
What is she doing? She's like, you gotta sue them. You gotta sue them. What is this? What is this leading the witness that she's doing?
You know, those three girls, they deserve a chance at life too.
Yeah.
You know? And these people that
I kind of love Sasha. I mean, dude, here's what I'll say. If Sasha's faking this, he's the ultimate Fed. I could never be as good as Sasha. He'd be the greatest Fed of all time. Lisa, on the other hand, if we found out she was a Fed, I would have been like, we told you. Yeah, Sasha's very empathetic. He's very coherent. Like, all of his stories make sense. And boys, they keep checking out. I can't wait till Miss Pink Panda cracks this whole thing. Yeah, I don't think Sasha's lying.
somehow believe that they're elevated from the same rules and laws as the rest of us, decided that their own absolute monstrosity of desires was more important. And I just don't think that that condition should be allowed to exist.
Yeah.
You know, I forget who said it, but evil only exists, or something about good people doing nothing. Evil exists because...
Black Deathicus, I think we gotta sick you on Lisa Voldang. Do your fucking magic. Find some information. What's this lady's story? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not giving you homework.
Good people do nothing. You know, something to that effect.
Yeah.
And I don't know. This level of evil, I don't think should exist, but we will see.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna spend a little time outdoors and get some follow-up calls going, and we'll figure this out. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your help.
You're welcome. And hey, something else before we go. I'll just tell you one of my own, two of my mantras. Mantra isn't the word I'd like to say because I don't practice occultist sort of Buddhism. Two of my mottos, I guess.
Occultist Buddhism.
Honor self, honor all is one, and fangs forward, faith up is another. So that's my approach on these items.
Lisa, honestly, don't care. Sorry, babe.
If that helps.
I do appreciate all of the help. I do.
Thank you.
I hope that my hope is just that this some good will come out of this. Is it? And if that just means exposing the bad people.
Lisa Noelle Volding is who released all of this and recorded it. I think she said she's a journalist of some sort. I'm not sure. She has a weird website. I mean, okay, so when I was talking to the survivor of Epstein that I was speaking to, Jessica, by the end of it, because these people have people coming at them left, right, dude, fucking making you go crazy. Like, she had people gang stalking her and doing crazy shit. Like, her neighbor basically forced her to move out of Washington State because he kept digging a hole so big in his yard that it made her like yard start collapsing and shit, and the cops wouldn't help and like all this shit. And she was literally trafficked by Epstein. She's the one who told me. She was like, you know, the DC Madam thing? She was like, do you remember that? And I was like, yeah, I was a kid, but I looked into it when I started researching all this stuff. And she was like, the DC Madam was just Jeffrey Epstein. It was Jeffrey Epstein's ring. I was like, oh my God, that makes so much fucking sense. But basically, she would call me and tell me about all of the, like, she had a boyfriend for 15 years, and she broke up with him, like, a week before she started talking to me, because she was, like, trying to tell me all of the shit. She saw my, like, TikToks and stuff, and I think she, like, started trusting me from that, so she wanted me to talk about it. But then halfway through, she got super spooked, and she refused to let me, like, I have a 2-hour interview with her, and it's incredible. It's like her talking about, like, Dean Norris, this guy from The Wire. He's a cop, right? And her stories are like Sasha's, where they're insane. You're like, this is crazy, you know? But I think it's so nuts that it's true. She said that the first person she was ever trafficked to was Jeffrey Epstein, and it was because she like applied to a modeling, like a Craigslist almost, but like a classified ad modeling thing, and she was at a Catholic girls' school. But anyway, she was like, the first person who trafficked me to Epstein was Dean Norris, who's from The Wire. He's one of the cops in The Wire. And he was also a Baltimore, like, sheriff, and he was super bad. Like, I think he ended up getting impeached and stuff. He was into, like, mob shit, and he was a part of the NYPD. He's, like, clearly a Zionist agent of some sort. But so she told me all this shit, and I have these great interview, but by the end of it, she was getting fucked with. I think that people were, like, listening to, because I had weird tech shit that was going on. She was convinced that people were, I mean, she knew for a fact that people were monitoring her calls and stuff. So she ended up talking to people, and they all convinced her that I was a fucking Fed, and I was, like, you know, trying to, like, get information from her to give over to people and stuff. And she was like, I don't, you know, she doesn't want me to, she told me not to release the interview and shit. But I mean, she has so many hours of shit on her YouTube page. I should check it. I'll try and check in on her and see if she'll reply back to me now. But she's the one who told me that her daughter was fucking trafficked by this Epstein ring. The reason I used to talk so mad shit about Virginia Giuffre is because she said that Virginia Giuffre is the one who like, dude, listen to this. Jessica was part of this ring. And I'm just showing this stuff because this was all publicly on her Twitter. This is Jessica. She's part of this Epstein ring, and her daughter is, like, born, and she's still, like, escorting and stuff for them. And then they fucking recruited her daughter without her knowing, like, behind her back. And she said it was Virginia Giuffre who did it. So, I don't know. And then she said, and then her daughter died. They killed her at, like, a Maryland, like, psychiatric hospital because she was running away from, like, these adoption agencies and stuff. The state took her away from her. And then she found this picture, and she was like, I saw that, and I was like, that's my daughter. So that's what Jessica said. She's been fucked with by the cops. She has, like, a body cam of these cops fucking with her and stuff. After, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but she got hurt. She got hit in the head. And she was, like, trying to tell them all this stuff, and they were, like, making fun of her and shit. I think that they pulled her over because they were, like, gang stalking her, because they've been trying to put her in prison. They put her in prison during Biden's when he was first running for president, because she was on Twitter saying that Biden fucking trafficked her daughter. And then they put her in prison for, like, 6 months, and then they released her. And then when he was running again, then they were trying to fucking imprison her again in Maryland. But yeah, so and I totally got it, she was like, by the end, she didn't trust me at all. And it was because other people were talking to her, and I don't know who it was. I was telling Dante and Nicole about all this. Like, I was, and dude, Jessica wanted to come on stream, and it was super early days, and it was literally like around like episode 9 or something. I don't even think I had 10 episodes in, and I was asking Dante and Nicole about it, and they convinced me not to talk to her live. And I wish I did now, especially, because then like a month later, she stopped talking to me. But I was like, she wants to come on stream and she wants to like talk about this. She's naming names and stuff. And they're like, don't do that. You'll get sued. And like, I was, early on, like, I didn't really know. I mean, I was just scared. Like, I didn't really know what to do. And then my fucking friends were telling me not to interview her live. Yeah, not your old Fed friends. Yeah, my friends who broke up with me for the fucking Philosopher's Stone. But yeah, Nicole convinced me not to talk to her. Isn't that interesting? As we're talking about Little Miss Lisa Voldang leading the conversation here a little bit. So, anyway, yeah. I should try and find that interview and look at it again. It was good, dude. She had so much good information. And it was like Sasha, where she just kept talking and talking. And she kept being like, I'm sorry that none of this makes sense. And I was like, no, this all makes perfect sense. Keep talking. I should listen to it again, too, because... just because I probably know a whole lot more and remember a whole lot more. But dude, she was like, I used to be one of Biden's, and this is the other thing that makes me believe her, especially with her daughter. She said, I used to be one of Biden's like go-to regulars. Oh, and she was one of Hunter Biden's like, she said that Hunter Biden was her like number one client for years and years and years. And she was telling me all this. I think it was right around when the laptop stuff came out. I can't remember exactly when that was. But we definitely talked about the laptop stuff. And she was like, yeah, I mean, she was like, he's really sweet and he's nice. He's not mean like all of them. But she was like, but yeah, he likes smoking crack and hanging out with prostitutes. But she said that Biden once took her to Mexico, and they literally flew on the airplane in like I think she said it was it the late 80s or 90s? Maybe the early 90s. And she flew to Mexico with him. She sat right next to him. They flew to Mexico and went for like 3 days or something. But yeah, Nicole convinced me that me just saying that stuff or letting someone else say that stuff on my show would like get me sued. And I was like, I don't think that's true, dude. Like now I would instantly have them on. Other people can say whatever the fuck they want, But it was just super early and I was just kind of like scared. I wish that I fucking just did it. Dude, it might have been like episode 3 or something is what it would have been. But yeah, you'll get sued is exactly what feds tell whistleblowers.
And so,
Sasha, I'll make sure. And how I can't even quite really speak to you about how I've already made sure there is justice, and it's much more.
She's like, don't worry, I've got it all covered. You don't need to do any other. Don't talk to anyone else. Don't let anyone else know this.
More meant than anyone else really experiences awareness of, and justice is here now. Okay?
I appreciate it.
I want him to be like, I mean, whatever, lady.
I look forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, I'll talk to you soon, Sasha.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
I don't have one with him as my witness. No, that
Okay, this one's only 24 minutes. Let's crush tape 3, and then we'll be off it for today. I hope she didn't tarnish the whole thing. I mean, I think she does. She tarnishes it, but it doesn't tarnish Sasha, I don't think. Like, she's a cuck for sure, but he's still speaking truth. You know, I wish that he had a more open platform to not be corralled by her dumb questions. But here, let's hear about Trump 400 times and not crack the rest of this case and speak about how vast this whole thing must be and how many people this all must involve and how they might go about doing it. Eastern Stars. Was your oh yeah, wait, his mom was an Eastern Star, right? Or no, was it the court lady? They're all Eastern Stars, bro.
Commander.
They're all Freemasons.
Okay. So before
Bailiff Michael, what's that?
Oh, no, go ahead. Tell me, bailiff.
Yep. BALIS. First name Michael, middle initial R, and then Junior.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this is the newer NCOE number 4561.
Okay.
And the commander at that time, I thought it was Captain Colasento, but the commander, who I don't remember talking to, but that was Captain Mendenhall, Ryan L.
Ryan L. Mendenhall, what's the spelling?
Mendenhall, and Ryan is spelled Ryan, middle initial L, last 4 of the social is 1124.
Okay. Okay.
It's also sus that Lisa isn't really showing her face. She's hiding her eyes. What are you hiding, spy? Huh, spy lady? 13 minutes, boys.
And so to be a little more helpful for the dates, the date of my NCER was 2010, September 21st of 2010. So
September 21st, 2010.
Yes.
Okay.
So I would have talked to him about it probably within the year prior to that date, sometime within the year prior to that date.
So a year prior to the date, so 2009.
Yes, sometime within that year, because a rating period is for 1 year.
Okay. Okay. So sometime between 2009, September 2009, and September 2010.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so in terms of what I was going to record, in terms of like we can look at as another audio file, what I just recorded now, I'll just we'll start the sort of like in terms of witness testimony right here, because I just want to be careful about what we publish about those individuals right now, because we want to see about talking to them. So yeah, so today is July 19th, 2025, and continuing with interviews from tomorrow.
I know, right? What about people who don't have paper documented proof, but this happens to them? Their stories are still, yeah, for sure. But I think that the thing that, like, he has, like, concrete details. Like, the thing with Virginia Giuffre that I always found frustrating is that, and, it's not their fault. They're being drugged. It was a long time ago, You're also in fight or flight. But the thing that's crazy about Sasha is that he has, like, pretty concrete details, stuff that works, stuff that you can, like, work off of. Okay, so the thing that I want, like, Becca Day to look into is, so he's, like, Jim Jordan and fucking Andy Biggs in, like, what did he say? The 80s are with Trump tackling me and raping me at a farm. Okay, that, like, Andy Biggs and Jim Jordan, are there connections going back that far? Andy Biggs and Trump, are there connections going back that far? Why are they all connected and now they're in the government, right? Like, there's so many big spin-off questions that are coming from all of this stuff, Because once you have these like good concrete accusations and stuff, then it's like, okay, let's start looking into his story. Because I'm not saying we should like just blindly listen to him. I love what Pink Panda Lady or whatever is doing. Like, yeah, back this shit up. I mean, his dad has a fucking Facebook. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe she'll call him, one of these people. I mean, hopefully not Lisa with her fedora. Or no, what's that? Paperboy hat. Covering up her eyes, little spy.
From tomorrow. Today is July 19th, 2025. Oh, July 20th? My goodness gracious, it is. So yeah, today is July 20th, 2025, and we're continuing.
But yeah, like to say he's making this up is insane. He has a literal paper trail of proof when so many don't. I wonder if that fucking guy will, talk. I would love to hear an interview with, like, yeah, we busted this guy, and then it was him. Also, like, okay, now we know that you looked at child pornography, weirdo. The army guy, not Sasha. He was like, I never saw it.
Continuing with interviews from yesterday during July 19th, 2025.
9-minute warning. Sorry, 10-1, BRB.
I wanted to just recap what we had spoken about the girls. So there was 10 to 12 films, one snuff film we spoke about yesterday, conversed about yesterday. There's one more circumstance similar where you were there when the girls were killed after the filming. There were at least two girls that were killed. Was the same MO? They were shot in the head?
I didn't witness that, and I didn't know that it was coming. We completed filming. Then the girls, they said, hey, y'all come with us. You help pack up the equipment or clean up or do something, in reference to me. And there was another person in there with me, besides the girls. And
what a crock of shit. You got to be the star of the film and you're packing gear?
I could hear a gunshot, but I wasn't witness to it. It was outside. And I can remember the other person saying, just focus on what we've got to do. That's not us or not you or whatever like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I can remember wondering if it was going to be my turn next or whatever. But, as far as, witnessing it or anything or knowing what happened after or how they, disposed of them, I don't know any of that.
And you said you thought they were silencing the girls, and the girls were under 13.
Well, in the brothels, Samantha had talked about that they only used the girls for a certain amount of time because after a period of time where they kind of became cognizant that they weren't going to really ever rise above that, because the way that they would sell it to the girls is, hey, we're going to clean you up and make you beautiful, and you'll be around these rich people, and, they like young women, so if you can be what they want, then perhaps, you'll go off and live in a mansion with one of these.
See, dude, he's like making all of this make sense, like how they work, like, they're like Virginia Giuffre was like, my parents were awful, they abused the fuck out of me, I was poor as shit, they were handing out stacks of cash to me, like $200, $300 to like a 13-year-old girl who's poor and literally doesn't have any parental supervision whatsoever. So yeah, and then being like to runaways, I'm sure, oh, we'll clean you up, you're gonna be so pretty, you get to hang out with these rich people. And then how many times of you getting, like, these people aren't nice people, there's not a nice thing that's happening. How many months or how many days even can you deal with that?
These rich people, but that facade or that lie or whatever only survives for so long because they're horribly abused and things like that. And after a period of time, they just kind of become aware that this is their station in life. They're never going to be, I guess, the arm candy of one of those rich people flying on Learjets,
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, no, that's reserved for the yacht girls. That's a different thing. That's a different game.
the way that Samantha described it is, once they get to that level of consciousness, they have passed their expiration date. So they would only use the girls for a certain amount of time, and they were either recruiting or finding. I don't know how they got the girls, but I can remember even.
Like, I want to ask him, well, I mean, he said multiple times why he survived, but I want to know, like, what he thinks why he survived and stuff. I just feel like her questions are so lame.
But in the brief period of time that I was there, because I wasn't there for longer than just a few months. Maybe even just like a couple of months. But even in that small period of time, I saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people killed.
5 killed during 2 months.
Yes. I saw Sarah die. She was there I was there when she died. Samantha killed another one of the girls. That was I think she just killed her because she kept causing problems, to be honest with you. And then the 2, which I believe it was 2, it might have been 1, it could have been 3. I wouldn't swear, on the number, but I believe it was 2 in that one shoot. And then the one girl that was killed during the filming. She was killed on film while the cameras were rolling.
Yeah. And then Sarah was committing suicide, you said.
Yes.
Patricia to terrorize you.
Why is he still alive after? I mean, he survived it. He said after the Trump thing, and after them abusing him and beating the shit out of him, right? Didn't he say that after they beat him up and then his adopted dad or whatever, that he never did anything again? Because he was like big enough to fight back. He hurt Trump. And he was saved by his dad. Was like bringing him on loan, and they knew that they couldn't kill him because then CPS is going to be on him. But also his dad was he was a pilot for them. And where are his parents now? Literally his like 90-year-old dad's on fucking Facebook apparently. He said in the last interview, he was like, I wish my dad would just fucking like man up and just say all this shit. He knows it all. He's like, he should fucking repent. He should say everything.
Yes.
So those were additional killings on top of the 5 during the 2 months, is that?
Well, let me count again. So it's Sarah, the 2. There's another one that I saw killed too.
So Sarah, which was sort of more of a suicide, but then Samantha pulled the trigger, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then one other time where...
Like, it's like she's trying to make a fucking report against these poor kids. You know what I mean? She's like, okay, tell me again. So okay, great. So we can say that your parents didn't kill those 3 girls. It was just the other one, and you have no evidence of that. Like, you know what I mean? It's like she's making a case against these poor girls. 1 minute warning.
One of the girls was executed in the brothel, and that was in front of all of us.
I mean, his dad is under an NDA of getting killed. He doesn't want to talk because, I mean, also he doesn't want to go to prison. But he should just be like a badass and be like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah. I also took a couple pictures. Here's Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton and Donald Trump all abusing my son. And then blast it on the internet. Well, no, I don't want to see it, but you know what I mean.
So one of the girls was executed in the brothel. And did you say that Samantha did the execution? Did they force Samantha to do the execution?
Yeah, the broken parents think this happened to me and I didn't get anything. So if they get money, it's like the child is better off. Exactly. I'm serious. I do think that these psychos rationalize this somehow.
No.
two separate instances. The one girl that was executed, I did not know.
Happy 9/11. Or we were gonna see if Hudson released that full music video. He better have. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, boys. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, boys. Well, no. Okay, here, let's listen to If You Know Me again then. I love this music video. Happy 9/11, smoke 'em if you got 'em, and never forget Love it. Dude, this guy was fucking wild. Huh? Alright, I actually do gotta go 10-1. BRB. Happy 9/11, boys. We made it. Another 9/11. Another never forgetting. Because you know what? It's our job to remember. That is our fucking job. Never forget. Always remember.
I don't know if I
Okay, so tell me about Donald Trump yet again.
Never even hardly spoken to her, but she was killed as some sort of retaliation. Somebody was beating Samantha, and I got involved in it. And again, it was one of those people that you couldn't touch. So they came and they didn't kill me. They didn't kill Samantha. They just killed this other girl. And I don't even think she had anything to do with it. So
was that the one in the brothel?
That was one of the ones in the brothel, yes. And
Okay.
then Samantha killed this other girl just because she had beat up one of the other girls, and she kept stealing stuff, and she kept like trying to cause problems with the people running it, and she murdered her.
Okay.
So that was even separate of all of that. So, and I know I'm thinking of more and more.
Yeah,
but
I suspect you'll think of a lot more.
All of these things are kind of compartmentalized a little bit. So I'm thinking, okay, this happened.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, I understand. There's a lot. You've been through a lot, and you're trying to diligently remember, and remembering. You'll probably remember a lot more, and how I'm making sure is comfortable. So it's So there was, during the 2 months, there was at least 5 girls killed, and the killings were all related to the Trump-Epstein pedophile ring. There was executions, snuff film, silencing the girls.
Yeah. And now, at that brothel, I never saw anybody except this big-bellied hillbilly that ran it.
Yeah.
And then one other, I don't know what you call him, some mobster. That was the one that came in and shot the, kind of terrorized all of us, pointed the gun at all of us, and then just shot kind of one girl at random.
Okay, so a mobster.
Yeah. And I had no idea who he was. Just some older guy, gray hair, pinky ring type person,
Yeah. And when the 2 girls were killed after the filming...
Pinky ring type person. What does that mean?
Tell me again what the other individual said to you, that you're good, they won't kill you, boys are hard to find.
I was working, maybe packing up stuff or cleaning, or I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but I remember that, I want to say we were breaking down the stuff that they had used to film it, and when I heard the gunshot, I stopped working, and the guy was basically to the effect of, this doesn't concern you, just focus on what you're doing. So I kept doing whatever it was I was doing.
And he said, boys are hard to find? You're good, boys are hard to find?
He said, you're good. Girls are a dime a dozen, boys are hard to find. Something like that. That may not have been the exact words, but it was something to that effect.
Yeah. So it sounds like, in the case with the Trump-Epstein ring, in terms of whoever they thought was expendable, disposable, the girls that were...
Masons wear their little rings on their pinky fingers?
Under the ages of 13 years old, that were considered, would you say it was more about, were they financially poor? They would just dispose of them as they got older, more aware?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Once kind of the gig was up where they
like, she's just recounting what he's already said back at him. He's literally taking 2 steps forward and she's taking a step back. Yeah, dude, this lady is the worst interviewer, Black Death said. I agree, dude.
Knew that the lies that they were being told weren't ever going to materialize, that no matter what they did for these rich people, they were just being used.
Yeah.
They didn't want them around to kind of spoil the ones that still believed in the narrative, because the structure of that was to try to get the girls to be enthusiastic, willing participants.
Yeah, to be docile.
For these rich people. And once they had reached a certain level of trauma, then they just kind of had no use for them.
Right, dude? This all makes so much sense, because at a certain point, you're going to break someone, and they're not going to be willing to do it anymore. And then what? Are you going to let them go? Bro, this makes so much sense, right? I mean, it doesn't. Like, it's insane. But it makes their actions make sense.
Okay. So, from your experience, all the girls that you were exposed to during those particular 2 months...
Yeah, he is... Dude, this is literally a trial of his fucking will. She's like, dude, she's trying to fucking beat him down. This is 7 hours of circling around. It's all her, though. Okay, good. I'm glad we all don't like her. She's looping him, dude. She is. This has got to be a tactic, right?
They all died.
Yes.
Yeah.
All of the ones that I made any kind of a closer connection with, they all died. Now, I may have had, there's not even any made to it. I had connections with more people that I don't have, I didn't make as much of a concrete memory with, and I couldn't tell you what transpired after, the 2 months that I was there, or if some of them made it, or ran away or escaped, or I have no idea what happened to the rest.
And was
but
that
there were always
specifically? That was specifically when you were at the.
What the fuck, dude? Stop talking. Stop interrupting him.
Brothel during those 2 months?
Yes.
Okay. And when you first met Trump,
he was talking, dude. What the fuck? And when you first met Trump, this is crazy, bro. Dude, she's a handler. Fuck her.
you were about 8 or 9, and then the last incident with Trump, you said, was when you were 12 or 13. That's correct?
Yes, as far as I know. I wouldn't swear it could have been a more compressed time frame, say 9 to just 11, but within those years are all that I remember, around 8 to probably 12 or 13.
Yeah.
But there's a chance that it ended even before the 13-year mark. But it would definitely be within that time period.
Okay.
Because beyond that, my life kind of changed a little bit, and there wasn't, after that incident with Andy Biggs, I do not have any recollection of either.
I can't believe I talked to Andy Biggs' office today, and they literally had a response to this. That's crazy, dude. Andy Biggs has heard this. Is there anyone else talking about how Lisa Voldang is the worst interviewer ever? Do you think that would make people fucking lose their minds if I said that? People would lose their shit, right? I shouldn't. Should I bring that up? Yeah, we should call Lisa next. Hey, Lisa, why are you handling the fuck out of Sasha? People will be so mad. Reddit hates her? Oh, good. Okay, so it's not just me. Other people hate her. I think she's a bad actor, bro. Yeah, Lisa sucks, bro. And if she's not a bad actor, she's a fucking dummy lib, and it's pissing me off. What a wasted opportunity. Dude, yeah. LOL, right, dude? Are you the first person that got a statement from his office on this? Show me anyone else who's asked. And bro, my shit is getting fucking. I posted it on TikTok, immediately deleted, immediately content violation, and I posted it on Instagram. Let's see, what are we at? Look, dude. My shit usually goes off pretty hard. Like, this is about Sasha Riley. That shit's popping. Like, I usually hit around, like, over 10, I'd say a lot. Definitely over 5. Over 5K. Like, I usually have pretty decent numbers. Like, I would say that 2,000 is very on the low end. And look. My name's Corey. But yeah, dude, I think so far I'm the only person that I've seen who's reached out to Andy Biggs' office, and he had a response to it. That's crazy. Yeah, Lisa gives Rita Skeeter vibes. You're so right, bro. And so I couldn't post this on TikTok. So I can't tag Becca Day. I don't know who to run this up the chain to, but I mean, this is good. This is like corroborating it more. I can't tag fucking pink panda lady or whatever. The secretary person you talked to sounded like a classic NPC Matrix character. The way they talked, I could see it in a scene in a movie. Yeah. I mean, I definitely got to him. He definitely got a little cheesed at the end. He's like, what did he say? Well, I'm sorry you couldn't talk to us in good faith today. I would say that I was very good faith. Oh, you haven't seen it? All right, here, I'll play it. It was good.
Thank you for contacting the office of Congressman Jim Jordan, representing Ohio's 4th Congressional District. Thank you and have a great day.
Thanks for calling. Goodbye.
What a cuck, dude. All right, let's call Andy Biggs. Feel free to call this number as much. I'll try and reach out to her, but I'll just be able to comment on her videos, the pink panda lady, because I can't post it on TikTok. Maybe I'll just post a video. I mean, I got to be careful because for like another week or so, I'm waiting for like a... Oh, no, I bet that fucking... Shit. I've been waiting for this thing to take off a strike for like doing like a... I did like a community guidelines course. And it was like, oh, we'll take away this strike if you do a community guidelines course. But for 2 weeks, you can't post a video and get a like guidelines violation. And I just did. I haven't been like posting on TikTok because I can't fucking talk about anything because everything gets me in trouble. I didn't even say anything bad. All right, anyway, sorry. But yeah, I'll try and comment on her shit, or maybe I'll see if she has an Instagram. As you want. Ugh, look at this lizard. Yuck. Or wait, here's the DC one.
You've reached the voicemail of Honorable BIGGS main line. Please leave a message.
Hey, this message is for Andy Biggs, the alleged pedophile. Hey, we're just wondering, do you have any comment on the Sasha Riley stuff? Because it sounds like Andy Biggs is a child predator, child rapist. And a child beater. So, hey, we're just wondering if you got any comment before we run our story that Andy Biggs is indeed allegedly a pedophile. No? Okay, well, get back to me. My name's Corey. You got my digits. All right, love you. Bye.
Congressman Biggs' office, how can I help you?
Hey, my name's Corey. I just was wondering if Congressman Biggs had any comment on the Sasha Riley allegations.
Well, the congressman denies the allegations as baseless and false.
That's it?
Well, the congressman is consulting and determining all potential options, legal and otherwise.
But he hasn't sued him yet.
Well, like I said, the congressman is considering the best course of action at this time.
And
yeah,
like there I should have said, like what? You know? This stuff's hard, though, in the moment. You're like, oh, fuck, he answered. Holy shit.
Yeah, because he probably doesn't want to sue him because it's true, I'm assuming. If this is true, how does that make you feel like working for him, right? That sucks.
Well, again, sir, allegations do not equate to guilt.
I mean, but when there's lots of allegations over and over, I mean, Jim Jordan, right? Jim Jordan was hanging out in Ohio State wrestling, and he knew about all of the child predators that he was working with and stuff. I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire, right?
Again, allegations do not equate to guilt. Hearsay is not meaningful evidence in a court of law.
Okay. Well, it is in the court of public opinion.
Got him.
Anyway, all right, you have a good day, brother. I hope you guys get through this. It's going to be tough, but you should quit your job. Love you.
Well, I'm sorry you came here in bad faith, sir.
I'm not in bad faith. I honestly... All right, boys, call Andy Biggs. All right, so Andy Biggs is denying the allegations. Come to stream tonight. We're streaming from...
You definitely stirred the pot in that office today, bro. Dude, I hope so. I hope so. We fucking got him, boys. Hold on.
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray. The day you walked away, you were the clock that was ticking in my home. Changed my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You're a big old fucking dickhead. Suck our little balls. Stay on trial balls, freak. Dude, I hope that we're making Andy Biggs sweat. I hope that Andy Biggs is trying to put a fucking hit out on us right now. Yeah, he hung up on me. How rude, right? Isn't that crazy? The day you walked away. All right, let's listen to Lisa fucking Volding's dumbass.
Being abused by anyone outside the family or any of those rich people. I had no more connection with any of that moving forward that I can recall.
Okay. And where did you go then after that period of time? Were you still with Marie Lynn and William Kyle?
Okay, so after Tennessee, after the films,
yeah,
when we moved to Alabama, there was and I couldn't even tell you for how long, but there was a period of time where I was taken away from them, placed into some sort of foster care. But I am eventually, once the investigations into their activity petered out, I eventually made my way back into their house.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Oh my God.
Is there any...
Ask did they continue to abuse you? Did they continue to pimp you out essentially? How big do you see this ring being? Like, were there other people? Speculate. It's okay to speculate here. You know, like, what the fuck? Give me something. Also, in that time when he was away from them is when Jane Goodall fucking reached out to him. She fucking glossed over Jane Goodall real fast, right? Did she even ask any questions about that? He goes, yeah, actually fucking Jane Goodall fucking reached out to me. Jane Goodall tried to fix me because I was acting like a fucking chimpanzee because I was being abused for years and years. And then I was in foster care. She's like, la 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 la, don't tell me.
Anything else?
Does she even care? Yeah, she cares about her scoop, dude.
Do you think would be helpful for us to converse about during this recording?
Wait, she cares about her scoop at the least harmless. You know what I mean? Or the most harmless. The least harmful. At best, she's not doing this intentionally, you know.
Not that I'm remembering at this time, you know.
Yeah.
Even some of this in my own mind, I can't tell you which.
Yeah, dude. Have you ever listened to police interrogations repeating verifying info over and over? Okay, let's walk down crazy land, right? Let's say Lisa Volding is... Oh, and sorry, one of the other things that... The reason I was telling you about Jessica is because the main thing that made her fucking finally turn on me is that while I was talking to her, another group reached out to her and were claiming that she was like... that they were like a news network or something. And then they never did anything with the documentary, and they stopped communicating with her and stuff. And she was like, I think that they were just interviewing me to get as much information as possible from me. And then she was like, one of the reasons that she like wanted to stop talking to me was because she was like, I think you're doing the same thing. And I was like, dude, I'm like talking to people about this, because I did make several videos about it. But then after that, she was like, I forget exactly what the actual, there was like several things that were making it happen. But yeah, that's the reason that she stopped talking to me, is because she was like, I think that you're like gonna mix up my story, or you're just getting information to use against me. Because this is what they do. And look, now it's like he's admitted to killing someone. Like him releasing this fucking video and this interview is not good for him. You know? He admitted to killing his friend Samantha because she asked him to. You know? And she's like, okay, tell me the details about that again. So you murdered someone. You're willingly admitting that. And I'm not going to use this against you. I'm just going to put it on blast on the internet. And then make sure you just keep it all to Trump. Don't bring up Hillary and Bill Clinton. Joe Biden. You never saw him there, okay?
Thing happened before the other thing. I haven't, like some of it's chronological in my memory, but I can't tell you exact. I am pretty sure we still lived in Tennessee when they sent me to the brothel. And that's...
Oh, but wait, yeah, what was the Crazy Land question? Oh, yeah, so my Crazy Land theory was, okay, so I guess is she doing that? Is she, like, finding out information to use against him? Is it just that she is corralling him in keeping the narrative very small? I mean, I guess we'll see by the end, like, how frustrated we are. But, yeah. Oh, and while everyone's here, I think I'm going to take Saturday off from yoga just because I just want to have a Saturday night off where I don't need to do anything. I just want to kind of read. But we'll bring it back next week. Okie doke. So no Saturday yoga this week. You can watch one of the old ones, though, if you miss it. But yeah, so what is she... I guess she's probably... If she is a Fed, and we are not incorrect about that, what is she doing, you know? But yeah, I think it's like... She's controlling the story. Obviously, we don't know what she didn't include. Yeah, so I kind of figured that everyone was calling Andy Biggs. I wonder how many other people other than me called. I wonder if you can still call Andy Biggs tomorrow. I should call again tomorrow and follow up with that guy and be like, "Oh, hey Ryan," or whatever the fuck his name is. Well, I think we spoke yesterday. Yeah, maybe someone sent Lisa, and Lisa already knew every detail. She's acting like she's not surprised. But yeah, I could also be mistaking this for just like lib behavior. That's possible too. That's why I mean if we're in Crazy Land. I think that there's like a 50-50 chance that she's just like a dumb lib who's Trump. She's got fucking TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, or she's a fucking Fed who's handling him. I mean, some of her tactics where she just keeps circling and circling and looping forever does feel like, okay, lady, what are you doing?
Where I met Samantha, that's where I met Patricia and Sarah. Sarah died at the brothel, which I never saw, obviously, her again. Mm-hmm. But then Patricia, I saw, it would have been months or a year later or whatever at that party.
Yeah.
Samantha,
like, dude, we've heard this. Lisa, let him move on.
Was already dead at that point. So, and then Patricia died at that party.
So Samantha was already
it. I can just
dead.
Well, go ahead.
So Samantha was already dead. Sarah died, and then Samantha, and then Patricia.
Yes.
Okay.
And I can because I could just remember when Patricia died, it kind of changed something inside of me, and in that. In my mind, I had just kind of lost my only friend, or my last remaining friend, and in my reasoning, there's no one left but me, meaning that the next person they're going to kill is me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, she's awful, man.
There's yeah, gosh golly, that's horrific circumstances.
Yo, Black Deathicus, picture Kathy Sanders' face and tell me they're not the same, right? I could see Kathy Sanders. She's gonna be like, oh yeah, Vladimir Putin is living in a cave with Elvis. Sure.
Yeah.
I thought there was
and you know, like a lot of these girls that just come up missing, that's where they go, man. They're in that type of a situation until, you know, they take a backhoe and bury them out in some farm or some other place, you know. And it's sad to say.
Do you think that they have these at farm? What kind of farms are these? What details did you see coming in? Are they at orphanages? Are they at boys and girls clubs? Are they at schools? Are they, you know, like, are they at private farms? Are they at like rich people farms? Are they at like ranches? Like, do you think that they literally bury them on site? You know, like, what the fuck, dude? She's terrible.
Say that, but it's the truth.
I mean, she is ruining it, but he keeps giving more and more good information. Like, I do like understanding the psyche of how this works because, not like it, but like, I think it's important, you know? Because I've always been like, how do, you know, because most people think like, oh yeah, there's like runaways that are being trafficked over and over and over again and no one ever like escapes and tells everyone, you know? Like, it makes sense how this works. It just works by, they work by glamorizing it. And dude, that's what they did to Jessica too. She said that she originally answered a modeling thing. It was like a modeling, like probably a Jean-Luc Brunel thing. And she showed up there and it wasn't for modeling. It was, they were like, oh, we're an escort service. You don't have sex with them. You just take them out on dates. And then they go out on 3 dates where they don't have sex. And then they go, you know, and they're also targeting poor people. And then they go, hey, you actually get like quadruple the money if you just have sex with them. Don't worry, he's just an old guy. You wear a condom, it's fine. And then they take you to literally Jeffrey Epstein's house. And then they basically, you know, they encourage them to be on drugs because it makes them easy to handle. And, you know, for some people, I think that it's not like he said, like it takes a while for people to get disillusioned with it and stuff. But I think it's important to know how all this stuff works because it makes it all more credible, I think. Like, honestly, there's really nothing that I'm like, I call bullshit on that. Like, honestly, the Jane Goodall thing, I bet's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
But so even though she's a cuck, he's still giving out, there's still good information here that'll help us go forward. Maybe we'll find another person that we need to call, you know?
Yeah.
You just start making these bitches feel uncomfortable as fuck, dude.
Yeah.
And I remember that Samantha went by, she's the only one that I ever heard a last name, and I believe she went by Samantha Jackson, and the police did run her name through there, at least they said they did, and it did not match a missing person for their database. So, I mean, I don't know if that was her real name or it's just something she went by, but I do know that I can remember her talking to me about just don't ever kill somebody for these people because then they own you. And that was part of her problem is that they had used
She's like, well, now I know that you killed Samantha, so I own you.
It's her to kill somebody, and so she figured no matter what, she was screwed.
Mm-hmm. Did Trump ever visit the brothel, or Trump was usually at the parties on the farms?
Just at the parties. I couldn't tell you who all went in there.
Yeah.
I can just remember Lynn dropping me off of there and just telling me how horrible it was going to be the whole trip. And, you know, I stayed there for however long, and then she came to pick me up. She got some money, but it wasn't very much, and she got angry. And whoever was running it just kind of laughed in her face because, you know, they said, what are you going to do, take us to small claims court, you know?
Yeah.
She was taking him to the brothel and was like, it's going to be fucking awful. It's going to be miserable. Oh, it's Nikki's birthday? Happy birthday to Nikki. Happy birthday to Nikki. Happy birthday, dear Nikki. Happy birthday to you. Nice. You went around the sun one more time. Squeaks! I'm going to go beat his ass. Squeaks!
And what year did Lynn commit suicide again? Mary Lynn? 1980? 1980s?
No. It was...
This is crazy. Am I nuts? Yeah, making him constantly talk about the dead child is crazy and seemingly intentional at this point.
No. It was...
She's like trying to traumatize him so he stops talking about it or something.
Well, I can tell you. Just a minute.
What up, H? Dude, she's a fucking bum.
Wait a minute. No, that's not her.
Who was the guy's number? Were we talking about Jim Jordan?
19. No, that's not her either. Let me put in Texas. That might help. There we go. Yeah, I'll send you a picture too.
Sure, that's helpful.
Vacuuming?
Let's see, 2018. Let's see.
So recent, that's right, it was recent.
Yeah, let's see. She passed away peacefully during the night at her home in Johnson City, Texas, July 28, 2018. And what I had heard is that she took a bunch of sleeping pills and washed it down with some...
That's his mom. That's his, like, adopted mom, the demonic woman.
Jack Daniels. But I don't have the, you know, her autopsy report or anything like that. But here, I'll send you her picture as well.
Sure. I saw William Kyle's Facebook profile post a lot of pictures of cruise ship travel.
Squeaks!
So, I'm just going to pause recording here right now.
Okay.
And...
Yo, what the fuck just happened?
So, I'm just going to pause recording here right now.
Okay.
And...
Is she getting messages from her handler?
And causing that was just some sort of a special...
Okay, you guys can either have one more part, it's 20 minutes, or we can watch a John Levi before we go to bed. Yeah, why did she keep needing to pause like this while she's getting text messages, right? Because she's getting handled. or she's handling, but she's probably conferring with her bosses. Because that's one thing that Jessica was telling me, is that she realized that her boyfriend of like 15 years was her handler basically, and that he was basically her pimp. And he would like make her life bad. Like if she saved up money, he'd make something horrible happen that used all of the money, or he'd steal it, so that she basically had to go back into escorting and stuff. And then she found out that he was basically working for the Epstein ring. Like to keep her in it and stuff. Anyway. Could be anyone. But this definitely feels like an interrogation almost. This is not like a curious interview, I feel like. Feels like she's got her message that she's trying to stick to. But I love Sasha. I believe Sasha. Alright. Alright. We'll save this for later. We'll watch it, John Levi. We ended on a low note last night, so we'll set the weekend off nice. Waves of History. If you know me like you say you do, me humming along, you be singing the tunes. Let's see. Tools of Deception, that sounds fun.
I really like the work of Dr. Gabor Mate, of course piggybacking on a lot of other greats, but he poses the idea that our culture, the fabric of our society, is broken. And not just broken, but sick, I would pose, both physically and mentally and spiritually. Why the hell not? And hence we are all broke. I mean, we are born pure, ripe, and impressionable. And because we live in a sick society, we too become sick. That's all. The food, the air, the water, the propaganda, the ideas put in your head. And I just want to touch on one as I open this video. I don't want to be long-winded. And it's the idea of continuous growth. For instance, corporations are encouraged to produce greater profits every quarter, every year, and grow. Governments grow. People are encouraged to continue to add to themselves. The idea that what is not enough. And when I look at this old world, I don't see that. And I think that's the problem, or one of them, of course, with today's societies. I think both the socialist and capitalistic system has failed. I think we can say it. But more so and deeper is this idea of perpetual growth. I think sustainability, in the case with a company, just continuing to make a good product year after year and sell the same amount, should be perfectly fine. Even with my channel, I'm satisfied. I need no more growth, even with my physical body. Would I want to be any taller? It doesn't matter, because nature is in perfect balance, and we are part of that system. That system is functioning just fine. It is us that threaten that system with our idea of perpetual growth. I thank you for being here this week. I love you all. God bless, and welcome. Why would anybody approve of what you want to do? It's not what they want to do. Naturally, you might not approve of what others do. It might just seem stupid, but it's what they want to do. Maybe that's extreme. Maybe we just need to find the middle ground. We're going to look at this video by Streets of Tartaria,
Nikki. Happy
the
birthday.
Kremlin's myth, secrets of the
Happy
past.
birthday.
And this is something that him and I discussed what seems like several years ago. There's this other Russian channel, and we don't understand what he's saying.
Jim Jordan lives not far from me. I'm gonna spray paint his house. That's a joke, Paul. Don't be a little bitch. Dude, what if the Secret Service, like, comes to my house or something and they're like, hey, we got a voicemail of you saying that Andy Biggs is allegedly a pedophile. That would be so funny, bro. I would film it. Yeah, sorry you had to work on your birthday. Ooh, Nikki's making bank tonight. Let's go. Birthday bonus. Birthday time and a half. I think the feds are scared of any interaction with us. I do agree, dude. They know I won't be scared, and that's honestly, I think, all they have. I mean, dude, if they weren't scared, Paul, come on, intimidate me. Remember when I think that they thought that they were going to intimidate me with his dumb little gas station photo shoot? How stupid was that? Dante and Nicole were hanging out with their uncle, Paul. Oh, man. I can't believe they deleted our whole YouTube channel, too. What a bunch of pussies.
For some reason, they don't allow or have translations. I don't know if I do, so I don't want to talk shit. But anyway, we love his videos.
Yeah, they're scared because they don't want to be made fun of. Exactly. Kathy Sanders' dead Aryan babies.
And the goal was...
Dude, that interview that you found was so insane. Her Zionist propaganda. Oh yeah, I heard about that internal ICE memo where they're like, what were they telling people? Not to like post on social media, not to tell people shit, not to wear their uniforms. The gas station photo. Yeah, wait, let's try and remember where this was so I don't forget next time. It's in the purple. Where's that? Oh. Miro's being a cuck. Hold on. Okay, it's in the purple thing. But we're going down here. Squeaks, that better be fun and not mean. Here we go, boys. I'll stop down for any opportunity to talk about Paul. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Holy guacamole. All right, here we go. Ready? Look. My Fed friends. They started a road trip, bro. And then they were at a gas station and they were like, yo, Paul Wysopal is following us. And I'm pretty sure it is him, and I think that they were trying to, like, scare me, like, oh, he's following your friends. You better be careful. But I thought it was so funny, because apparently he went and did a lap around the vehicle. He was, like, scoping it out. And me, Dante, and Nicole were always talking about him. Like, we were like the three amigos for a minute there. We were doing podcasts and stuff, but they wiped it all off the face of the internet. Yeah, I think that's Paul. But anyway...
to have them
Sorry,
translated
10-1
so that we
again.
could share them with his community. And he's done that. I'm very excited, and we're going to check it out. So we start out in the Kremlin, the State Kremlin Palace. We can see this pattern right away. The Kremlin began in 1367 and took 1 year to build. It was built of white limestone, which was delivered from quarries that are located 50 miles from Moscow. The weight of the limestone exceeded 112,000 tons. In the 15th century, limestone walls could no longer be part of defensive functions. Sir Ivan III ordered the old wall to be demolished and replaced with brick ones. Construction of the new walls began in 1485. Construction lasted more than 10 years and used 100 million bricks. To deliver this amount of bricks, it took more than 1 million horse and wagon rides. This guy added a wide moat surrounding the castle fort and filled it with water, intended as a defense mechanism. This was done in 1508. The moat was 36 meters wide and 8 meters deep. Its walls were lined with bricks. And let's first have a little look at the moat and see the plans of the Kremlin in the 16th century. The most famous of them is Sigmund's plan. In 1610, it was drawn up by Johann Gottfried. The plan depicts Moscow within the modern Garden Ring. It's categorized by great accuracy in this regard. Here another plan of the same period drawn up during the reign of Boris. An atlas where parts of the plan show the moat.
Did Paul put a tracker on me? I mean, he knew where Dante and Nicole were because they're family, I bet. They're brother and sister lovers. They're in a brother and sister Freemason relationship. They sent me this bugged mic. And these bugged lights that don't work anymore. They probably have charges in them. Paul can remotely detonate them with Palantir tech. I gotta replace these dumb lights. That's why this side of me is dark, is because he sent me these broke-ass lights. The mic still works, though. Yeah, it was probably a meetup so they could get info to Paul. I do think that Paul, like, they probably thought that it would scare me, because they were kind of acting scared at first, and I was like, this is incredible. That means we're not wrong. They are seeing us. They do know what we're talking about. And I thought it was so funny. I mean, I had conversations with them. I talked to them where I was like, you know, I'm willing to fucking, you know, get black bagged and go to Guantanamo over talking about this bullshit. And they might do that, might try and do that one day. Who knows? I'm not going to let up, because I'm pretty sure we're right about this shit. And I'm fucking sick of it. I'm mad as hell, and I've had it up to here. And I talked to them about that, and they agreed, you know, that talking about this shit was worth, you know, the danger that it poses of, like, blabbing about this stuff. So, of course I will. I mean, we were like, whoa, Paul's a freak. What a freak. But this is incredible. That means we're getting to them. We got to put our foot on the gas. And I don't know how much longer after that is when they broke up with me, but it was the start of their road trip, which is basically when they broke up with me. Because we didn't talk for a while, because they were like, oh, we're working on the dumb van. Oh, we're driving. Oh, we're going to California. And then they went to Glacier National Park, which is where Hitler lived, according to Otto Skorzeny. And they went to all the places where there's pictures of Hitler, and they took a picture in it. Here, I have the picture right here. And they went on this road trip. Look, this is them in Glacier National Park, probably making fun of me, saying, oh, all these are pyramids. But look, this picture is from Otto Skorzeny. This is Otto Skorzeny, the Nazi. He said all of the Nazis survived and they lived in Glacier National Park. And that Hitler, this is a picture of Hitler, and that's his mangled fucking ear. And it's at this place in Glacier National Park called the McDonald Lodge. And Dante and Nicole drove out there. And this was like a few weeks, I think, after Paul. Because they saw Paul. They left for their road trip. And drove for like an hour or something, or 2 hours. They just wanted to be on the road, and then they slept in a parking lot at a gas station, and then they woke up and they said, okay, we got to fuel up, and then we're going to get moving. Then they fueled up, and as they were in the car, I think Nicole saw that Paul was walking around the van, and then he walked over to his car and then was taking, refueling his car. And then Nicole took pictures. And then a few weeks after is when they went here. And then basically from this moment, from when they sent me these pictures, they never talked to me again. Until they broke up with me over the fucking... Like, dude, these are pyramids. The Nazis lived in the Pyramid Park. Glacier National Park, of all parks. But yeah, then they broke up with me over the Philosopher's Stone because they said that I was a danger to Nicole's branding, which was called Hot Girls Have Hobbies. And apparently, a hot girl can't have a hobby of boiling their own piss to try and make the Philosopher's Stone. Fucking hypocrites. I guess hot girls can't have hobbies. How dare them? Dude, I wish I would have thought of that. I wish I would have... This is like a 1.5 years later burn. Oh, man, I'm cringing that I didn't have a better comeback to them. I should have been like, well, yeah, that would have been so funny. Well, I guess hot girls can't have hobbies. They broke up with me over the Philosopher's Stone. What a dumb Fed reason, right? You found my stream right around the Dante Nicole collapse. I thought her brand was being disabled. Yeah, her Instagram or her username was cool and disabled. Yeah. Whatever. I mean, I think it fucks with your head when your job is to mentally fuck with people. Her disability was reality because she was a bad person. I mean, yeah, of course they're suggesting I'm not a hot girl because I can't have hobbies. Nicole apparently can have hobbies. But yeah, dude, they never released anything after. What a bunch of duds. I was the strongest one. They killed our podcast. I'm the Stavi of our podcast group. Those fucking bums. I don't know. I think it is Paul, dude. Honestly, I think that they worked with Paul. This is Paul, dog. Paul Aroni. He has ties to Wisconsin, too. It's Paul, it's Paulity Paul, it's Paul, it's... Of course it's Paul. Why wouldn't it be? Alright, let's get back to the John Levi of it so we can get to bed.
Other plans.
I do like updating the lore, though. We got to make sure that the lore lives on. We forgive, but we will never forget, dude. That ear is damning. Exactly, Black Death. Paul blocked us on Twitter because of it, and then he unblocked us. They were just feds. Yeah, Paul's a fed, too. Yeah, he's wearing jorts, dude. How much more proof do you need?
don't show it. Nowadays, some alternative researchers say that such a moat couldn't have existed. Let's see whether this moat could exist. The elevation of the site where the tomb of the unknown soldiers are located is 142 meters above sea level. The center of Red Square, near the Morum, is at an altitude of 154 meters above sea level.
Dude, I loved Begonia. That movie was great. I thought they were gonna fucking... I mean, I loved it. Watch it. It's good. And Stavi's funny in it, too.
Moreover, the elevation behind St. Basil's Cathedral is less than 130 meters above sea level, and there's a hill about 12 meters high. But if you dig a channel 15 meters long, the water will definitely come from the Moscow River. It's possible, theoretically, that a channel could deposit 15 meters of soil and form on Red Square, but nobody has explained how that could happen. Let's go back to the Kremlin walls. You might think that the brick Kremlin has been standing for about 500 years, but it's not like that at all. Let's see what has been reconstructed over the past 200 years. This tower was built in 1488. In 1805, this tower, which was in danger of falling, we are told, was dismantled to the foundation. In 1807, it was erected again. Next, this tower was built in 1485. In 1770, this tower and 4 others were dismantled to make room for the new Kremlin Palace. Several years later, Catherine II abandoned the project and a low tower was erected in its previous form. According to the drawing, the tower was built in 1491. In 1624, a Russian architect and English master built the tower
Yeah, Paul still has red messages on.
with a multi-tier top ending with a marquee and stationary clock. This tower was built in 1491. In 1812, the French, retreating from Moscow, blew up tower. In 1865, it was restored by an architect. Now let's put aside the official nonsense and go back to the beginning. A new brick Kremlin was built around 1870. We're told in 1870 there was no brick Kremlin. Most towers didn't exist. There were no battlements, no real paintings depicting the Kremlin. Moreover, all the paintings and plans for the Kremlin were made in the 19th century.
Yeah, the last one I said January 5th at 6:08 p.m. January 5th, yeah. I said, were you in NYC for the Maduro handoff? If yes, you should have said hi. And he read it on that day. He read it like an hour later. Oh yeah, like the stream, boys.
So what was standing on the top of this place? There was a huge covered...
Can you imagine Paul Weisopel, Timothy McVeigh, reading my dumbass text every so often? The first one I sent was October 3rd at 7:49 p.m. Have a good weekend, buddy. He read that. He read it like 20 minutes later. And then I said, on November 14th, dude, what is the FBI going to do about Donald and Bubba? Ha ha ha. Have a great weekend, brother. Your hands are full. Love you, buddy. And then January 5th, were you in NYC for the Maduro handoff? If yes, you should have said hi. Never replies. What an idiot. I sent him a t-shirt. No thank you. No fucking thank you. Just say thanks. Thank you, Cat Dad. Thank you, Corey. My best son. Way better than Tyler. Thank you, thank you. I love this shirt. I think it's cute. Ray did an incredible job designing it. And I'll be like, oh, I'll pass that along. But nope. He leaves me on red. And then he doesn't even turn it off. That's the worst part. That's the biggest sin. Once you realize it's you're leaving me on red and you're confirming you read it, you got to turn it off or you got to reach out. What if Paul texted me right now as we're talking about him? He's like, my ears were burning. All right, we got to finish this so we can go to bed.
Bastion, or Starfort. Why did I decide to look at this unique photograph from 1852? A view of this garden shows what looks to be palm trees. I can attest this is the trunk of a palm tree. In the foreground, I'm sure a palm tree in Moscow won't surprise anyone, but let's go further. Look at the wall made of white blocks. It had to be rebuilt during the reign of Ivan III. It must have been made of bricks, and stood on this spot for 400 years. Here a recent photo of this place. However, in the photos of 1870, everything already looks complete, full of
How they got palm trees in Moscow?
brick, totally exquisite. Brick walls in 1870. Now let's look at it in modern times. Here we go. The Historical Museum in the center of Red Square. This place is the largest backfilled area. It's about 12 meters, roughly. However, we think it's possible that it was filled with 12 to 18 meters. Moreover, 5 meters of soil had to be...
What do you mean, Aunt Deb? You hope you find someone before February? Before Valentine's Day? What do you mean? You're going to be with Paul?
Removed in the garden. We can see what looks like urns here. Here's a photo from the excavations in our time. They excavated the walls near the river. The walls go down more than 10 meters. They didn't dig any further. They called it the side wall, but it isn't. This is actually the wall from the ancient bastion, or Starfort, and we can see that here. That extends within Red Square. Therefore, the wall that we all know was rebuilt in the 19th century. If you remove the soil, it goes down to a depth of 15 meters. We see the ancient actual wall and the underground part of St. Basil's Cathedral. But no one will do this because the Kremlin is a symbol invented, and it must have an original appearance. In no case should it look like a Starfort or a European bastion. Here we see some old Russians. This man holding the holy hand grenade. Russia, in its early period, was ruled by a branch of people or a dynasty which had reigned in Kiev and Russia since its foundation. Here's a side view of the Mosa River, and this section of the wall, we are told, didn't exist until the 19th century. Look here at the inclination of the wall.
Filming said someone needs to make a new Mad magazine with our stuff in it. Yeah, like all the memes and everything. And all the dumb shit we talk about. Yeah, like a cool ass zine. Oh my god. Please, someone do that. That would be awesome. Creatress, did I ever do a watch party on Christmas? What do you mean? That was when I got the infamous week ban. They ruined Christmas, bro. They banned me. All because I was dancing with the Houthi rebels from like a year and a half ago. It was literally from a video, I think, from 2024. So it was early. That shit's so funny. Yeah, and it was a 15-second video. It wasn't even one of me spouting my mouth off. And they said it was for terroristic threats or some shit. Yeah, a Mad magazine, a Knitwitch Mad magazine would be sick.
This inclination indicates the bastion was either lightly sprinkled with soil or the old lining has been completely stripped, so it would never occur to anyone that there was a wall there. This is the view from the other side. All the lower towers have been remade.
Yeah, I'm convinced they had to stop us talking. The last episode we did was about Epstein, and we had a lot of fun. It was like, I think it was right when all the Epstein files were being talked about and stuff, when we were like going through the documents, and we were going to do a second day of it, but they banned us. And on Christmas, we were going to watch What a Wonderful Life. It's a Wonderful World? What the fuck's that movie called? What a Wonderful Life. I think it's that. But yeah, they canceled it. They ruined Crimbus. And then we did do New Year's, and we ended stream at like 12:05. It was awesome. We're like, okay, well, bye. Yeah, Epstein Miss was canceled.
Also behind the towers, we see the slopes of the former wall. Here I'll make a small model
Barry, you're a magazine editor? Oh my goodness.
of the Kremlin, or the Kremlin
It could work. It could happen.
ancient bastion, as it must have looked before backfilling. Therefore it was covered with soil to fool us. We have never had such a Kremlin. It was an ancient bastion that was hidden by brick walls. Awesome little snippet. And we'll continue to go through these. Look at this entrance here. Who are you, sir? This is my kingdom, and these men on either side fight for me. How about you? I am the wise counsel, and these two men are less wise than me. Oh, what about you guys? We are the keepers of the holy hand grenade, and we have many other tricks up our sleeve. And how about you? I know what I'm talking about. For this I eat well. He is full of shit. Watch it. Okay, this was something shared by Affected Collective. Shout out to her. Go sub to her channel, and we hope she...
Oh, at 8:20, my mom said, "Who is this guy?" LOL, and I am trying to confirm, but I'm assuming she's talking about the Michael Jackson guy. I said the Michael Jackson guy that got hit with the laser beam guy. LOL.
comes back. This was something that used to play in between programs in the 60s, the national anthem. You all know the song, and that's the song here. Oh, say, can you see, by the dawn's early light, all that good stuff. And I'm kind of taken back tonight to the days of old YouTube. And this evening's little rabbit hole, like I said, started out with watching.
Yeah, she's talking about the Michael Jackson guy. Mom, don't you think that guy, he exonerates Michael Jackson? What are you talking about? He got hit by a laser. She said he's a little out there. Oh, man. Wait, I was going to ask her something else. What civilian stuff do we need to know about what civilian Gen Xers think? Fuck, what was I going to ask? Oh, Mom, what do you think about the Andy Biggs shit? What do you think about Andy Biggs' office being like, did you listen to the testimony of that guy? Saying that these people are all part of weird sex cults? Because they are. Like we've been saying. None of you guys want to listen or take any of this shit seriously. But anyway, Andy Biggs' office responding to that is big. We're breaking news, and they're suppressing us. They only let 2,000 people see it. How do we get everyone to see that video? I think that's pretty good. Right? Who else has Andy Biggs' statement on this shit?
An old Affected Collective video, and way back then I didn't make videos, I just enjoyed them. A lot of Mandela effect, flat earth, trails in the sky, all the good stuff we were punished for discussing, it seemed. And again, I was...
Yeah, Mom, the congressman guy is literally, he's like, they're baseless claims, which means that they've heard the tapes and they're not suing him. If you were... Listen, if you were fucking getting accused of being a pedophile publicly, and your name's and this guy is saying that he beat him to a bloody pulp and then raped him at like a farm. He's not saying I'm gonna sue this motherfucker. He's saying these are baseless, non-existent claims. None of that's real. That's crazy that he's responding to it. And also not suing, right? Or threatening or anything. Same with Trump. Trump could like this is getting big. People are talking about this shit. Dude, I need an interviewer or someone to scream about this to Trump. I need him to lose his mind. Because if this is true and he really got a tent stake shoved up his ass and that's why he shits his pants, there's no way he doesn't know who Sasha Riley is. But anyway, we got the breaking scoop, Mom. So, especially if anything ever happens, it was Andy Biggs. Yeah, the one that I called on the phone. She said, not sure. Will be interesting to see what is uncovered. I never believe in my son. Agreed. Weird not to say anything unless he is in processes of working with a lawyer. Yeah, dude, the tent stake. I mean, that is an interesting detail. And guess what? Isn't it so perfect? Because we keep calling these people vampires. I know it's not true, Mom. I'm just goofing. I'm just exaggerating. I know my mom, she loves me and believes me. She's just not as far out as me. She's not, out in Jupiter where I am, hunting these Freemason cucks, reading their tomes, reading their histories to use it against them. She said, that's not true. I believe in you. I know I'm teasing. All right. Calm down, everybody. We got to end stream. Stop. Everyone stop interrupting me.
Just beginning my channel on the tail end of this glorious period. So anyway, this old kind of in-between programming seeming...
Mom, when I prove all this shit, you owe me such a, oh my God, you were right. That's all I'm gonna need, okay? She said, I just wait for the full story. Well, whatever. We write the story. Fuck them. Mom, do you see that? Aunt Deb said, I can't believe your mom knows about me.
Innocent and patriotic production in the 60s turns out to be super sinister. And I do believe we're at war with an invisible group, and they poison us in our water, food, air. When it comes to air, both on a particulate level and also a microwave level. This piece of production is 1960, and
dude, we could make a shirt that's like vampire Knitwitch vampire hunters and just have a tent stake. I don't know, maybe that's too much. The full stories on CNN and Fox. Wait, are you goofing? The one and only? Yeah, my mom's like, I'll believe it when it's on Fox News. No, she'll be watching some dumb shit like MSNBC. I don't know. No, I think my mom just watches Stephen Colbert at this point. Man, he really turned into a cuck. I miss old Stephen Colbert so much.
there's like clothes.
Yeah, the bloody stake is kind of a lot, but also it's a vampire symbol, so not really. If you don't make it, well, okay, you make it a bloody and poopy stake. Ew, that's gross. That's too much. Sasha steaks. Oh my god, bro. Make it like a Coca-Cola branding, like Sasha steaks with the nice flowery font. We can make those shirts. And dude, for the summer, I got to make the Cat Dad barbecue forever and ever. What the fuck did we call it? I'll have to go back to the video. Cat Dad's summer barbecue forever and ever t-shirts. I've been imagining a bedpost. I know, I want it to be like a tree, like a telephone pole. Okay, my mom watches Seth Meyers, Jon Stewart, and she said, and Steven, and he goes hard at the government. LOL, too. Dude, I love... See, this is real journalism, okay? My mom is our civilian Gen X NPC correspondent. We're going to start beaming her in like they do like Klepper. And she's going to be like, oh, I don't know. I believe the best in everybody. And, you know, no matter what, no matter how many times people try to put my son in a rehab, I just want to hear the full story, you know? I just want to hear him out. There's two sides to every story. I'm killing my mom right now. She's going to be so bad. Yeah, the Cat Dad Cookout, summer 2026 to infinity and beyond, forever and ever.
Captioning at the bottom of the video, just captions you can see here, and it took me a while to see it.
You were wondering why the condom too? I thought about that too, and I was like, oh, kid brain would be like, I don't want him to know that it's not me, and so that I can give him a swift kick, you know?
I mean, it was designed not to be seen, but you have to slow it down. These words will transform, not letter for letter, totally different letters, in fact, and have a subliminal message. And this is 30 years before the movie They Live, which showed us this, in case we missed it, and most of us did. But this is a clue, and I believe it's still going on today. It's just much more sophisticated. So anyway, it's actually really cool footage, and without slowing it down, you can catch a few parts. I'm trying right now, and it's so quick, but what I want to do is watch it in super slow and show you. So I think originally it's the real thing, and it's as it disappears. I have it on really slow. This is good. Here we can see, I think, trust in government is what it is. In the end, it's going to be by the dawn's early light, but let's look for trust in government. Trust, you see it? A little different lettering. T-R-U-S-T. So it's actually the letters leading. Trust the, and let's try it on YouTube. 0.25 speed by the dawn's early light. This is actually a legit one. This is actually what it looked like to the normal people. And so I did want to see the original. But now let's show you the affected collective video. Here it is. Rebellion is not tolerated. So you can actually see it be...
Oh yeah, the old Zoom days. That was... Yogo's there. Milo was there. Where the fuck has Milo been? Welfare check on Milo. Hopefully we didn't piss Milo. Oh wait, Milo's in Minneapolis. Isn't he? Milo's our boots on the ground too. We gotta beam Milo in.
Beginning to pop up, and this is the bombs bursting in air. I mean, this has nothing to do with rebellion, and you can see it clear as can be. Rebellion, now it continues. Bursting in air is fading away, is not, and now it's going to transform into tolerated. And look at this, with the World's Fair, God is real, God is watching. And I think this is using the Catholic Church take on God. I mean, not the God that flows through all of us, not the God that beats each one of our hearts, but some scary God. And the fact that it slipped into this subliminally is proof to me that nothing about this is good. But yet people would sit around in their living rooms, eating popcorn while watching this. Gave proof to the night. Beautiful old world.
Oh, okay, cool. Milo said he was creeping and just not talking. Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure he's okay. He doesn't even have to be here. It's okay if he doesn't. I mean, you know, we love him. But if he's got a fucking... If he's like, these guys are fucking lame. I need to do something else with my life. I totally get that.
World building. Again, it's going to change into God is real, God is watching. God is...
Cat Dad made jokes about being digitally short and mentally short, and I can't be around. I can't witness this anymore. I can't witness this downward spiral, this demise. Sounds like Milo, right?
Is right there. You can see it in the center. And now we can see is... Sorry, let me blow it up a little more. It's gonna make it worse, I think. God is watching. It's gonna turn into watching here. W-A-T at the bottom right corner. And T-C-H. I mean, no doubt. No absolute doubt. But immediately I had to jump over and look at the original, which I did. And sure enough, I actually think it's showing up better on my copy. The resolution is greater, but it's nice to have everything translated in advance just to cross-reference. So let's go back.
Dude, we show up and I'm under 5 feet. How funny would that be? I'm actually 4'9".
To hers. Obey, consume, obey, consume. Let's look at that again. Okay, I kind of missed it. I see consume developing. I see obey developing right here. There it is, obey. Being replaced, of course, perfectly by what they want you to see. It's fascinating psychology. You miss the first part, and now we see consume developing. Consume. There we go. Being replaced by still there. Unbelievable. One of 10,000 things that prove, in my opinion, that there is this active effort to manipulate and essentially brainwash the masses. And I can't stress it enough. Our only job is to reject peacefully as much as possible. Don't volunteer any information. Don't fill out unnecessary paperwork until we are certain that those that claim to be leaders are actually leading us in the right direction. Until then, no thank you. Let me remind those leaders, and all of us, that this is a nation under God, not under man. We have natural, God-given rights.
Now I am worried. What if I measure and I'm actually 5'11"? How embarrassing would that be, right?
That trump the laws of man, and the burden of proof they are doing any good is left to them after videos like this that were aired in the 1960s. So I'll leave it there for this segment. Let me know your thoughts. Is
Yeah, I think we did like four times or something.
this little video legit? Did you ever see it? Pretty unbelievable. Thank you all for being here. I love you all. God bless, and I'll see you next week.
Alright, boys, it's time. We're going to bed. Alright, dudes. We'll be back on Sundays. Sunday, I mean. I may set the stream to start at 6:30 because I have a, they're doing these community classes of these people that are training to be teachers, doing their first, like, live teaching. So, and it's like a long 90-minute traditional class. It starts at 4. So I'm going to go there. It usually takes me a half hour to get home after, so I think I'll probably just set stream to start at like 6:30 on Sunday, okay? But I'll put it on the time thing. You'll see it. But yeah, I want to go see their first class. Because I think it'll be cool. In the Libby's video, I appear tall. Yeah, guys, tell me all the times that I appear tall. Come on, please. Kidding. Tall is a mindset, guys. I'm not even talking about actual height. It's like heaven. It's a state of mind. That's why you can't get so butthurt, you know, about it. Wait, who got really mad about the height thing? Black Death will remember. Who was it? B-Rock. Poor B-Rock. I'm telling you, B-Rock in my mind before that, 6'1". Now, B-Rock doesn't break 5 feet for me. But it's all a mentality. It's all a mindset. Paul, giant, 7-foot tall gargantuan monster. Mentally, 4'2". Stunted. Broken. Alright, boys, come on. Stop fooling around. We gotta go to bed. Here we go. You ready to breathe? Breathe in. And breathe out. Breathe in. Yeah, I've seen Ari at home. I like how he makes the beats. Breathe out. Paul rhymes with tall. Alright, here we go. The remembrance. Close your eyes. Let your breath fall gently into your belly, soft and steady. You made it to this moment, to this breath, to this exact configuration of stardust and soul. You and Andy Biggs are now intertwined. One, your thread entangled with his. You're quantumly entangled. You can puppet Andy Biggs like a little bitch. Send him all of your energy, knowing that you know exactly what the fuck he did. And I'm gonna call his ass tomorrow again. I'm gonna stay on Andy Biggs' neck. None of this is in the meditation. This is just me. I'm gonna stay on Andy Biggs' throat, boys. I ain't letting up. Help me figure out how to get this to. I need Pink Panda Lady. I need to get in touch with her. Have her look into it, or at least just listen to the video. Cause fuck yeah, use it, please. That's a big thing. Him talking about it. Anyway, sorry. Inhale. Ready? Inhale. Feel the inhale draw in not just oxygen, but light. Ancient light. Remembered light. From before words and before stories and before the forgetting. We never forget. We always remember. Exhale. Feel yourself root into the earth. Not just the dirt and the ground, but the earth as being. As mother, as memory, or mammary, you might call it. There is a great tree whose roots wind through every culture, every myth, every heart, and each of us, you, me, all of us watching, all of us living, are leaves on that tree, flickering in the same wind. We forget sometimes. We think we're alone. We argue about the names of the branches. But tonight, in this moment, we remember all truth is one. All paths spiral inward. You are the mystery remembering itself. You are the current in the cosmic circuit. You are divine electricity wrapped in skin and story. Take one more breath for all those still wandering. And one more. Double tap. And now gently, let the light stay with you. Carry it back into your body, back into the world. The work is not to escape. The work is to embody. To anchor the stars in the soil, and to be the bridge, to be the song. Welcome home, Paul. Man, one of these days, Paul's gonna be right here, guys. And he's gonna be like, thanks for believing in me, Knitwitches. I always knew I could break free of the Freemason cult with the help of my friends, the Knitwitches. Y'all made me see the light. I only had to watch 669 episodes of the Cat Dad Show. Imagine Paul came on the episode 666. Boys, are we halfway there? Wait, what episode is this? We are! 333 was halfway. We're gonna get it, guys. 666. Dude, if we don't have Paul on by episode 666, are we gonna have to end the stream? Are we gonna have to start making threats? Are we gonna have to threaten Paul that he's not gonna be able to watch his favorite show if he doesn't come on stream? I might. I'm not above threats. I'll take away your favorite toys. Me. Anyway, boys, stop fooling around. Oh my god, it's 10:46. And they say he lands the plane late and takes off super early, leaving people behind. Wait, I kind of want to hear who the fuck is Paul tonight. And then it's all three boys together. Oh wait, I think Max versus Big Fix. Who the fuck is Mike? Who the fuck is Paul? Who the fuck is Kathy? Trauma Max. Good night, boys. What the fuck is true? What the fuck is false? Snake eats his tail. Rats in the house. Bureau of Instacucks instigating us to fight. But we caught on now, boys, and guess what? What? We gon' be alright. Once Paul comes on stream and whistle blows away the night. Please. Time to tell on all these raw chow bitches. They ain't got no right to be playing sides while peddling lies with their covered eyes trying to terrorize. Bunch of fake ass false flag fallacies. Like bombing in OKC. Like that shooting at Pulse, baby. Come on, Miro. Waco, please. Like the bombing the Boston streets. Like it being the NYPD. Like I bet the crucifixion of Jesus was fucking a false flag at this point, right? Right. Did he just get kirked? Was he a dick like Charlie Kirk? Just playing. We're tweeting and twitting. Banging away on our no-scope 360s. X360s. Like Tyler Robinson. Hey, Paul, where'd he go? I don't know. Like Paul Weisopel. Where'd he go? He's not available, but pick up Chump and give me a call. We're just laughing at you and laughing at you. No more tears for this shit. Laughing at you. We don't have any more tears for this shit. You just a big old cup. How many cats you got, Paul? If it's less than 3, then you a bitch. You know, cat have an ass loser. We know you ain't Curtis Lewa Rich.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording,
look at this goofus. This guy tried to put me in a Florida rehab. Who the fuck is Mike? Just another rat. Suck my ass.
With a pressure cooker. Press the FBI made Aunt Deb their pusher. Paul's a good neighbor. She made him beg for sugar. Never paid for crime. At least he pays for hookers.
This is my dad.
Caves with Elvis.
Right, Mom?
Who he was raising hell with. Meet the mall walkers. One of them's a revenge killer. Died before I meet the parents. Guess I never been still. Attacks my corpse. River sticks accepts crypto. Back for war.
He's my dad, but he also's in love with me.
Honest. I'm Tim's brother. Tommy McVeigh bombing
away.
Explosives in the closet when every agency with 3 letters is honestly gay. Release the data, or we'll come work every job in Mesquite, Nevada. Black cat crossing underneath the ladder. Late American terrorist with a leaking bladder. I'll piss on your wall for fries and have an awesome time matters. Bombing was outshined by Columbine. Listen, no indication about you, but still dumb. How are you aiming for feds, but still killing none? Slackjaw Timmy did it all for bragging rights, but still no kid died in OKC. And the adults were probably all sacrificed. I was hungry for the truth. Heard one speech by Kathy Sanders and lost my appetite. Paul, what you gonna do when you dig up the empty graves? Dance first, Paul. Grace the empty stage. Father time coming. The old guy about to die in his bed. Kathy's grandkids never die. I bet they both got hired as feds. Half chance everywhere we look. Admire the head. I swear sometimes I feel so tired. I'm dead.
We love you, Paul. Give me a call, Paul. Give me a call, tall Paul.
When you finish recording, you may hang up.
We'll play ball.
For more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
All right, boys. Hey, Paul. All right, good night. We'll see you on Sunday, okay? About 6:30. Okay? Ta-ta. Have a good weekend. We'll see you soon. Oh, maybe... Would you guys prefer doing a Friday show? Think about it. Let me know. Let me know in the comments. Think about it. I don't know. There's pros and cons. I kind of do like a little weekend, but I kind of also like having a day in between sometimes. Anyway. Was I thrust in my pelvis? No, absolutely not. When? Wait, for Paul? Maybe. Both. You wish. Friday versus Thursday. Moving Thursday to Friday. Not this week, but in the future. Something to think about. No. I think Sunday, Monday. It would be like Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But we'll talk about it. Think about it. Wouldn't care. All right. Well, let me know in the Discord if anyone has any preferences. Yeah, or I'll just do 24/7. No. All right, bye. Love you. Not in a weird way. See you later. Ta-ta. A tu taler. A bientôt. Lo siento. Aloha. How do you say it in Japanese? Where the fuck is Bunny when you need him? Oh, he's hanging out with his freaking kid, Mars, probably. How cool. What a way better place to be. But we'll have to ask. Was it arigato? Is that hello or is that both? I don't know.